time to explain. We have traveled through time. Your current paradigm will break down. Down, down, down. In 12 years, all your currency will be follows an amateur porn. All nations are online. You will all be assigned a URL. LOL. of the internet will battle for influence and likes. Only those who survive until they're 25 will return. Many will burn. I've used all my outrage points to reach you before it's too late. In a year or two, you must stop the review that starts it all. Art will fall.
Good morning, Twitch. Good morning.
Smash. Reply. Don't forget to subscribe. Smash.
How you doing, Twitch? My name is Multioc, and I welcome you to my channel. Another day of streaming, another day of fun, another day of gameplay, and another day of reveal. This time, an announcement. There's a POE announcement today, and we're gonna watch it. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch it. If I don't forget, I should put an alarm, right? Let's put an alarm right now. How you doing, Twitch? A little propaganda starting right now. Let's go. Ah, son, bitch. This is the sun. Hello, sun. Long time no see. I put myself an alarm. You. It will be 3 p.m. I would say 2:55 minutes before. There we go. And we're gonna change your name. It'll be POE reveal.
This music is going to steer us through the heart nebula and into your brain.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look out to all the intergalactic booty shakers. Jiggle that space junk.
Beacon. No, I won't hear it. Cosmic. This is perfect. Now, will I hear it? That's another thing. Usually I don't. I'm gonna put it just in front of me. Yeah, that fucking stripe. Okay, let's do it. Ew.
Hello,
What joke?
Melty.
Can I hear the joke?
No, it's too late.
Oh.
It's gone. Anyway, here's Dead Space.
Like, no sound?
Huh? No, there is sound.
Okay. You're playing Dead Space. I'm an idiot. Didn't see this good.
What the fuck was that? Every time there's noises I don't want to hear.
It's
They're
the aliens farting. and having sex.
Oh, the man on strings is here. Oh, he's going away.
Oh, okay, it's a monster.
No, it's the music.
Oh, okay.
You can always tell something is about to happen
When the music starts,
when that asshole with the violin shows up.
the devil?
Basically.
Well, tell him that your name is Johnny, and he will run. He doesn't like Johnnies. One beat his ass once, and Johnny got his soul. So, no, you don't know that song.
No, I do know that song.
Okay, just in case. I don't know.
Oh my god, you people.
Hey, shut up!
What do you call you people?
Quit making all this
people.
noise.
Oh,
I have many wares.
Jesus.
did you do your time walking Firelands for the birdie bird?
I did not yet.
Is there an actual bird that just drops?
There's a burb.
There's a pet, like the secret WoW
Little Phoenix
treasure
bird.
finders found like 2 days ago, and you gotta go to the Firelands time walking, kill the bird boss, and get an item, glittering phoenix ember. And then you have to farm a bunch of things and get the amulet, and then after the amulet, you get the pet.
No,
bunch
if
of
it's just a pet, then I don't care.
It's a special pet. It's a phoenix pet. It's the only
Hey,
phoenix
hang on.
of that kind.
Hang on, Melty. Melty, I've got a sound clip for you. It's going to take me a second to find it. I've got a sound clip for you just for
Let's
such
go,
an
hit it.
occasion.
Hit it!
Yeah, you gotta give me a second now. I gotta find
No,
it.
no problem. Take your time.
No, it's over.
Oh, that's the music folder.
On cooldown now.
I want to hear it. Send it to me if it's good.
Media.
Terrible.
It is terrible?
Yeah. It's,
need
it's
sound
actually
clips.
negative funnies.
He owes you a laughter afterwards.
Here you go, Melty. Here you go.
Wait. It's perfect. What I do usually, I usually say, I'm gonna tell you the same thing that Black Panther told Clint. I don't care.
Just like about Clint in general. Yeah.
No, it's
I know.
in the Avenge. Okay, just in case. I don't know.
I just think Clint sucks. No, not really.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Hi, I'm Hawkeye. I don't care. Let's do the chest. Gotta do the primal shit. I have been skipping that shit, and I'm not getting the mount, and the toy, and the pet.
The mountains are mighty here.
For everything.
Our banners to
We need the
Mount
treasures.
Dragon Scale Expedition
Who
and
doesn't
discover
like treasures?
Mm,
Those
I hate
Terrasect have made off with
What?
our supplies.
I hate
Get
treasure.
back.
You hate treasures? Makes no
I hate
sense.
treasures.
Where's your pirate in you? Wait,
Dead.
didn't. I always have a pirate in me. I mean,
Mm-hmm. 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 Taking their contacts. Mm-hmm.
The Primalists are preparing to attack the temporal conflux. We must not allow them to disable their elemental portals. They are
Don't
using
let
them to
them
empower a monster that is to be
disable the.
unleashed on
Oh,
us.
the rare died.
Though tread with caution. The
Disable the
storms may
portals.
become bitterly cold. Find ways to stay warm lest you freeze.
Do I have flames?
Blow the portables.
I don't have flames. Let me get some flames. Do you have flames? I'm not in the right spot. Do you?
Oh, mama.
My mama has flames? What?
Maybe.
Let
Oh,
us discuss
does she?
business.
Did you see my post that Scott is gonna do a anime of Scott Pilgrim with the actors from the movie?
Hmm.
Gonna be Edgar Wright. That's the production. So the guy who did the movie.
I don't know how I feel about that.
What the hell? Where's your Canadian fellow Canadian?
Dead.
What?
Dead.
Encourage your fellow Canadian people.
Fuck
The
'em.
only comic book that Canadian comic book really that's that popular.
Unnatural.
What? It's unnatural.
Mm-hmm. Canadian comic books are a path that some would consider unnatural.
Paul also has a follow-up. It's a Quebec comic.
Oh, definitely not.
Well done. The primalists will attempt to open the portal once more.
I thought we were uninstalling Quebec from Canada by now.
Nah, they let it go. They said, fuck it, I'm gonna stay here. Nowhere else to go. Nowhere else to go
How
anyway.
about Texas?
Texas wants to split now.
Yeah, like you guys can like hang out.
But Alberta wants to go. Let him go.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, Quebec kind of switched. Like literally, I mean the party that was like pushing for the independence of Quebec, well, they lost most of the chairs, and they were the majority, even to power, to 3 guys. So. Yeah, nah, the internet, the new generations don't give a fuck. Think about something else. Can we fix like, I don't know, anything else before we split? That's what the new generation is saying. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's mostly like the NPD version of the what is it in English? The same fucking letters, but in the other.
Oh.
Jadman Singh's body.
All I know is I want to be an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Oh yeah. People vote orange mostly. Even liberals vote orange now. It's between orange and the CAC. So. Quebec Solidaire or the CAC, yeah.
Do you want to be an Oscar Mayer wiener?
No. Because then dogs will run to me. I have a dog and my cats love sausages, so no, thank you. They will be licking me all day. No, I'm not thank you. Then trying to bite me. Nah. Too much trouble for them.
My dog does drive-by licks all day long. Like she'll randomly get up from a deep sleep, walk over, like lick my leg, and then like fly out, like just run away. I don't know. The weirdest shit.
It's so cute
The
though.
drive-by licker.
Drive-by licker. Do you still need to protect the portals in the Storm Fury? It doesn't
Yeah.
seem like it. Yes? Okay.
Well, apparently they can still disable them. I don't know. I haven't done it in a while.
The portals are closed, but the primal is
There
still
we go.
awoken their
Let's go.
monster. Destroy it.
The monster is awoken.
You know what else is awoken?
You?
Well, yeah, that too, I guess. I slumbered for 10,000 years.
Yeah, you're the dreamer. That's why I'm kind of surprised that you don't. Well, as a dragon also, enjoy it. You're both classes. Like you can become the dreamer.
I am the dreamer, Melty. Ah, you're right. I didn't know.
You should take the title.
I do have
Isn't
that
there a
title.
title?
There is a
What?
title, the dreamer, yeah. Dude, I am by no means good at it, but two-handed frost is really fun.
Yes, it is.
The burst in its opener is hilarious, dude. Just like spamming 110k obliterates.
The animations also. Well, now everybody has the animations, but at first it was the animation of obliterate also. So awesome.
Yeah, that wind-up is cool.
Yeah. Now everybody has it. Every two-hander. Well, only if you fury, you don't have it. If you arms, you do. With the I don't remember.
Dude, I do kind of want to play one-handed just for like it has a smoother rotation than two-handed, but I do like two-handed so much more.
I play arms, so I don't care.
I like arms. I want my warrior just to play arms again.
I just want Blade Master to be real. They should put illusions to arms.
Oh my god, I actually got a forbidden knowledge on my Death Knight.
Finally. Fine. No.
Holy banana tits, Melty.
Banana tits. I love it. I love that expression. Holy banana tits.
What are you doing playing Dead Space, John?
It's mine
What are
now.
you doing? What are you doing? Bear that fucking visor on, John.
When?
John's playing Dead Space, but he has the collector's edition visor.
So he's playing with the visor on?
I told him he had to play with the visor on when he plays.
Okay. Like every
He
time.
can't see shit all, but
I have much to
Yeah, he
offer.
has to play with it.
Will that be all?
No, for what reason did it buy it? Right? For what reason did it buy it? Other than play with it. Don't have sex with it. That's the only thing.
well, I mean, yeah. You do you, boo boo.
Yeah, yeah. It's his helmet, right? He's gonna put it.
That's for sure.
Imagine inviting someone after you had sex with the helmet and you put it. Said, "Hey, this makes you the heart." What? The first times I noticed? Well, kind of hard.
Easy way to complete the Warcraft daily. Just
Don't do it.
well that, but just walk up when everyone's trying to go to the warden mob
Those terrorists
and
made
pull
off their
everything with
authority.
flappy hands up to it, so it gets everybody else in combat, and then they have to help you kill it because they can't support them otherwise. I just dragged the whole fucking mobs up and got the quest completed. It was hilarious.
That's funny.
Sorry guys, we need help me complete this quest real fast.
Yeah, just a tiny bit of need of slappy hands. Exactly. Yeah. My quest of finishing all my tunes quest, it's coming to fruition. For the first alt. Only 12 to go.
Base tower for the Death Knight.
Just from funsies, I want to complete every single quest in the Dragon Isles with every single alt that I have.
Mm.
Why, you
Okay.
may say? Madness, that's why.
I haven't
Madness.
finished the side quests on my evoker. I didn't finish the Azure Span ones yet. I really should have done because I'm like
madness.
almost done with the Tuskar rep, despite never even like doing any of their quests.
Well, yesterday kind of the thing sucked is that like, ah, fuck, I forgot the fucking camp last night. Fuck.
Was
I
it
just-
daily?
No, the camp when it's moving to another camp.
Oh fuck! I need to do
I
that
keep
just
forgetting that.
because I need to take a picture of a stupid fucking bird that shows up sometimes.
Yeah,
There's a rare
also
spot that's a
in
bird.
yeah, I know. And that I need to do that and the fucking achievement of doing the 3 camps, right? The moving of the 3 camps.
How is
Mhm.
your hunting?
Both of them.
I shall
I want that stupid thing just because I want the useless title Bird Watcher.
Yeah, me too. I haven't seen the pink bird though. Well, I've seen it. I killed it, and then I noticed that fuck, we needed to take a picture of it, and then it
Hold
was
your
gone
guard.
forever.
Stay sharp. Off with you then.
Snappy hand. Boom. 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 Frostworm's Fury is just better deep breath.
Let me try Frost. I haven't. I never go DPS with my Death Knight. I really never
I
go.
don't really either. I tank most stuff with it, but
Yeah.
I just.
Well, I
just
go
don't like
on
doing
Holy.
daily content.
Well then,
I like Unholy a lot.
go well.
Yeah, Unholy is a little too slow for me. I like Frost because it's spammy. I like the spammy melee specs. I don't know. It makes them feel faster, even if they're not.
They're not. Let's be honest. Ah, yeah, I remember because I have so many fucking buttons to push. That's why.
Frost doesn't really have like any long cooldowns. Their longest cooldown is like a minute and a half. So you always like have your cooldowns up in between like. Feels like Fury in that aspect. Like Fury's longest cooldown is like 2 minutes, but you can reduce it even beyond that.
Don't remember at all my things.
It's like long cooldowns. Like I love Demon Hunter, but meta being as long of a cooldown as it is fucking kills me.
Army of Dead.
That too. Like Army is really fun to hit though. Like
Yeah. But it's still a fucking long time.
yeah. For good reason though, I guess.
Yeah. A lot of damage. I understand. Still a long cooldown.
You're a long cooldown.
I know. $8 minutes. And that with the lower cooldown thing. 8 minutes. I think if I do some stuff, I can lower it while it's on cooldown,
What
but
roads have you
I don't
tried?
remember. I have to check it up.
Dude, that Hakili add-on is amazing for classes like Death Knight. Like the ones that you have to like hold off on spending runic power at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
That add-on is flawlessly good for that.
Let me check if the quest. Cannot believe that I forgot completely. There's the Path of Exile reveal today on Twitch, and also you can get a Twitch drop from it.
That
Path of Exile drop.
sucks. Not really.
You get
Actually,
some
like Path of
wings,
Exile. Well,
Sphinx wings. They're gonna reveal the next week. Is it now? Yeah, the 7th Friday next week. The reveal of the new season. It's on Friday. I'm gonna play it. Play that for a while. Get the Diablo 4 itch out. I wanted to play the last season, but the last season sucked. Sucked
What?
so much. Path of Exile.
oh, what is that?
You had to enter a portal, and you had like a place that you do like a roguelike situation that you choose your path and you choose your rewards depending on the path that you go. But the problem with that is that you cannot get hit, like literally, because the mechanic with the season is you have a thing called resolve, and the resolve gets lowered. Like you have 350 resolve, for example, at the beginning, and the resolve gets lower if every time you get hit, like by anything. So it's kind of like that's your timer for being there, but it sucks because there's a lot of things that can hit you kind of easily. There's a lot of I would say that the mobs usually cheat a lot, and they know it. So they had to change the rares mid-season because of it, because it didn't work with the. They removed the system of rares that they implemented last year because it doesn't work with the season that they created.
Now we must see to heal you the dream.
Kind of dumb. It was stupid. So the season sucked. So the dropout of the season usually takes a week that players will stop playing. The dropout of that season was a day or two.
A week for people to complete the season seems pretty quick.
Yeah, but then nobody played for after a day or two of getting to the end and doing the sanctum. Yeah, people disliked Sanctum. Even worse than the other one before it.
Is it time to...
They've been doing crappy seasons lately. So this season with Crucible, they're waiting to have something like a crafting revamp or something like that.
I'm wondering what Path of Exile is going to do to respond to Diablo 4 coming out.
Because there is what how do you say when you receive something how do you say it? Fuck, I forgot the word. The way how Diablo 4 was received by the population, like how people liked it, because most of the reviews that I see, yeah, Diablo 4 has some problems, but it can be easily fixed. And it has a good story, has a good itch. It creates an itch, right?
You have grown as a leader, and I am proud of you.
And that's the problem right now. Maybe Path of Exile was hoping that Diablo 4 would suck, but it doesn't, because they return to the roots like Diablo 2, and that's their niche. Because Path of Exile, that's where they came from, trying to imitate Diablo 2.
Let us
Say Path of Exile is literally Diablo 2, but updated.
Yeah, like I would say like a mod to Diablo 2, right? So it's kind of difficult for them to tell themselves that they just can't ignore Diablo 4. And they would say, yeah, Path of Exile 2 is the response. Not really, because Path of Exile 2 is gonna get out way further. Like, I mean, he's not even ready this year. So, in Diablo 4 is coming out this year.
Path of Exile 2, is that a thing? It's supposed to be a thing?
Yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing. They showed some couple of cinematics, some movement things, but that's everything that Diablo 4 has already. So I don't know. Even
Yeah,
Diablo
chances
3
are,
had it. They kind of implementing things that Diablo 3 implemented, like the movement. Well, I don't remember if you. I don't know if you remember. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know if you remember in Diablo 3, there's a moment that you are during the campaign that you're on top of a ram and you're ramming the doors of hell or heaven. I don't remember which doors is it.
I have plenty.
You know what I'm speaking of?
I can't remember which that is, though. I feel like it's heaven.
Heaven, right?
I
So
think so.
yeah, so on that moment you have a movement while you're fighting, and you have the ram that hits the door at the same time, and you have all you see it all, right? And
Oh no, that's Pandemonium that happens in.
yeah, it's in Pandemonium.
Yeah, it's Pandemonium Fortress. Yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, they never implemented that in Path of Exile, and they're showing that in Path of Exile too. Like, this is the new feature, and everybody's like, yeah, but Diablo 3 already did it. Like, this is not new for us. It's new for you, but it's not new for us.
The balance preserved.
So it's what are you gonna get from Path of Exile 2, and other than maybe better graphics? I don't know. That's the question, right?
You have a use for these things.
I'm wondering because like a lot of what Diablo 4 is taking, especially for its endgame and stuff, is literally what Path of Exile did.
Yeah.
But like where they're going back to it, I don't know. Path of Exile doesn't really have that niche anymore. Like maybe people,
No.
I'm sure people will still prefer it over Diablo, but I mean most people only went to play Path of Exile because they were just Diablo 3 wasn't Diablo 2.
Yeah. Exactly.
But like when that goes back, I don't know. Maybe there'll still be diehard fans that just prefer Path of Exile. Feel like God knows.
I'm back, by the way, and I'm just going to kind of jump into this conversation.
No problem. Go
I
ahead.
honestly think, if I had the time, well, I can't say that. If I made the time to actually learn and invest in Path of Exile, from what little bit I've seen from watching Melty play, watching other streamers play, and just playing the game myself, from what little bit I have, I honestly think I would have enjoyed Path of Exile more than Diablo 3.
Oh, probably.
I just never put the time into the game. But from what little experience I do have with it, I honestly think that I would have preferred Path of Exile over Diablo 3.
Well, I can tell you it's never too late, because right now it's the best time. Because, well, not now, this week, but this month with the new release of a new season, the new revamp that may come, if it does, it always at the beginning of the season, kind of like Tarkov or any wiping servers, it's a good time to start playing Path of Exile. You have the trading that can be possible at that you can make money, quote unquote, because it's the only currency in game. But still, you can even as a new player, you can make that money like a real player, and the resources for it are the same for a new or veteran player, you will go to build forums and get some build there to have more information. It's the same thing, right? It's you have to go to the wowhead of Path of Exile and get information there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I understand there's a process, and I'm sure there's plenty of resources out there to teach and be efficient at the game. It's just I never put the time into it.
But it's the time then. It is the time. Well, today you have at least wings, so that encourages you to play, at least to see them.
You know, in other news, I'm sitting here looking at I'm looking at the grief torch that I got, and it's actually not even that great for arms warriors.
Really?
I'm getting a bit concerned.
Yeah.
We haven't
Really
yet
great
got
for
control of it.
Incarnate icon and puzzle box. Puzzle box is without a doubt one of the best in slot trinkets. But Incarnate icon and Rumbling Ruby and even the Whetstone have a higher presence than what Grief Torch does.
I'm surprised. Well, the Whetstone is a lot of mastery. Hard to say no to.
This land is full of
And it does more damage than the Grief Torch on the same cooldown. Like my heroic Grief Torch does 205,000 fire damage with a chance to hit nearby enemies. Obviously, I mean you all know what Grief Torch is, but it's a 2-minute cooldown. My 12 of 13 Windscar Whetstone does 325,000 damage on a 2-minute cooldown, and it does it to all enemies, all nearby enemies over 6 seconds.
Yeah, but if you get a Grief Torch reset during a fight, that drives it up like massively, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's the only way you get a reset is if someone dies.
Yeah.
Like
Sacrificial lamb.
Sure.
That's the only way. It's like,
It
hey,
doesn't-
you know, oh no.
I feel it doesn't work.
Like Shaman again, just so I can purposely die in Ankh.
Support evoker, I need you to die.
Yeah, I need you
giving
to
everybody
die,
else
yeah.
left, now die, please.
We have a lot of Grief Torch, so I need you to die.
Dude, if that data mine spell of like giving somebody a 25% damage buff is a real thing, that's gonna be hilarious, dude. Fight to the death over my 25% damage buff. I think PI is like fought over. Wait for that thing to come out.
I feel like the third spec of Evoker is actually going to be like a either a melee or a tank.
Maybe, although the only spells they released were straight up support spells.
Supports, yeah, it supports spells.
But maybe it'll just be like a melee that has cooldowns or something, or
They're
it'll
think-
just be a healer that has more cooldowns.
People are thinking Bard.
The reason why I have that suspicion is because, like, well, context clues from Forbidden Reach and also, like, clues from class design, right? Why is it that Evoker can use every kind of melee weapon but does not have any kind of melee abilities?
Well, there's that, but they also did say, even in the last blue post, that Evokers will be learning other class specializations soon.
Well, Drakthir will be learning.
Drakthir, I mean.
Yeah, but I mean specifically Evoker when I'm talking about this.
Oh,
Like,
wait,
the
Drakthir
reason
is
why-
going to be open to other classes?
Eventually, yeah. They can
Probably at the end of the expansion.
Yeah, eventually.
Or after the next patch, probably. Well, because they are confirming that the reason why Evoker's getting a third spec is because they're confirming that you find out on the Forbidden Reach that Neltharion extracted most of the Black Dragon magic from the Evokers for some reason.
Well, I mean, the
The
other
dragon that's in stasis got it all funneled into it.
Yeah. The other thing to consider would be what kind of magic would the Black Dragonflight's magic be moved towards, and I figure that would either be a melee or a tank specialization.
Yeah. And it's not like they don't have any Black Dragon spells now, because they have a couple, but...
Yeah, but said they lost most, not all. Right?
Yeah. But, I mean, that's kind of cool on its own, that, like, oh, the Drakthir just They're not complete. Because even Scale Commander, what's her name, is just like, we don't feel whole yet.
Huh? Huh?
Eh?
Oh, baby.
Eh.
0G.
I'm hearing noises and I'm like, where are they coming from?
0G,
From your
baby.
butt.
Fall back.
The butt.
We'll set up
No, Melty, they
defensive
come from your butt.
positions.
Oh.
The Kirin Tor shall not fall to these monsters.
So, from my understanding, the Forbidden Reach vault reset completely, right?
Return to the
Yeah.
archives.
All right, and you need 28 keys to open it.
As your own
29, actually, this time.
29?
to reclaim.
Yeah, I noticed it when I went on my Evoker. I was one short. There was one extra
Oh,
door
no.
this week.
Fall on you to aid Kalagos. I'll shield you for as long as I
Yeah, it's 'cause it's a different vault this week.
This reset happened on
Yeah.
Tuesday, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I got the Vault of
yeah, that's the one that's up this week.
Oh,
Well,
wait, does everybody
depends.
get the same vault?
If
Yes.
it's the first time you do it, no.
Well, yes, but also no. Like,
Yeah.
the name of the vault is going to be the same, but your
Your layout's
is going to
different.
be.
Yeah, everyone gets the same named vault each week, but yeah.
Depends, because my demon, the Death Knight got this week, got the first one. The one from the first week. So, if you haven't opened it, and if it's the first time you open it, you will get the spiders.
That's weird.
Yeah, I told
Oh.
you. I told you yesterday. Yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. It was very weird.
More primal
Very.
That's weird, 'cause I went in on my monk yesterday. My monk has the one for this week, though.
Is that lagging? Why can't I get the?
For real? Mine
Yeah, my
was
monk
the
has
spiders,
first
yeah.
one.
Yeah, it was the spiders for me. The A's. Yeah, it's one.
Return to the archives.
Yeah.
Send help
Mhm.
when you can.
the
Azure
ass one?
Stone is proving difficult to reclaim. I need to fend off the primalists to the east. It may fall on you to aid Kalagos.
Me? Me?
It's good to see you.
Where is this forbidden horde at? What the fuck?
You know where we're gonna answer.
I'm not gonna answer like that. That's just you, Melty.
Cat will handle what
You thought about it.
No, I did not.
Uh-huh.
Great to
What?
meet you.
In your butt?
You're back.
Mm-hmm.
Finest goods.
Let me
in
check
the
your butt.
Isles.
Oh, it's right here. It's in this little cave.
So it was
It
in your
was,
butt.
it was in a little butt cave. And nicknamed this cave Melty's Butt.
Mm-hmm.
What
What an honor. What an honor.
The dark abyss of Melty's Butt.
The dark abyss. Where the sun never shines.
Dude, I love flying like at breakneck speed into the war crash. So fun. I love when they let you do that stuff for a couple seconds. You go so fast that it's like, wait, you should be out in here.
Right.
Ready train.
Oh. My frost is.
Yeah, so can I tank tonight and you can DPS?
What are you going to tank on?
Death
Yeah.
Knight. 395.
On your Death Knight is 395 already.
Well, I mean, yeah, if all you have to do is sit in the Forbidden Reach for like 2 hours to get there.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Why did I get teleported out of the cave?
I'm with force set too.
Why did I get teleported out of the cave?
Oh, did you click on the return stone?
No.
Sure.
Toxic antidote. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that cave. Yeah, you have to click on something before you go in, James.
Oh, wait, why does it say I'm choking?
Because you didn't pick up the
'Cause you-
antidote on your way in.
Because you like it.
Oh,
Ah,
so you have to. Okay, I see. You have to click that antidote
Oh god.
before you get. Is
You
there
just
is there a
template.
system in? Is there a system in place to increase the amount of resistance you have?
No,
no.
Yeah.
you just have to
Oh,
click the antidote
so-
every couple of seconds.
So 103 is a cap.
Yes.
Yeah, you just click on cooldown. Yeah, it's the same thing like what you did when you were doing the evoker starting zone. You had to like spam click it as you went in because you were choking to death.
Yeah.
Not to death, but yes.
You deaf! You deaf!
At least to completion.
At least you could please. Molten globule? Oh, cool. Blacksmithing. I forgot I'm a blacksmith. Well,
Yet again, I'm out of ammo.
damn, John, what the fuck? You're only using the plasma cutter, isn't it?
Huh?
Isn't it? Isn't
No,
it?
it's not because I'm only using the plasma cutter. It's just I'm always out of ammo on the plasma cutter.
Yeah.
It so happens to be my best weapon, which
That's
never
what-
has any shots.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what happens.
Unfortunately, the plasma cutter is the best weapon in the game, is it not?
I mean, yeah.
Fully upgraded, it's generally it doesn't do the most damage per shot necessarily, but it's the best weapon for targeting weak points. Yeah. Which unfortunately, every boss has a very noticeable weak point that's just easy to hit with a plasma cutter. But
You might need to finish.
use the ripsaw for a little while. A good way to conserve ammo.
I don't wanna.
It's so good though for like just dealing with like the regular old necromorphs and stuff.
Yeah. Get our trust. Crap.
Stop, baby, stop.
Who said you people could make new necromorphs while I was standing right here?
What are you calling you people?
You people.
You.
What do you mean you necromorphs?
What do you mean?
You. That's what I mean. Get out of here.
Where was my aspect? Malagos is dead a while, guys. I don't know if you knew. Actually, they didn't know.
I don't think they know now either.
No. I do like though that in the starting zone, the healing wings guys save the Azure Draconoids, and then they're basically the bodyguards of the healing wings crush now. It's pretty cool. I liked that. That was a cool little detail. Like, even our enemies don't deserve to die in a place like that. And they're like, oh my god. Up until 5 seconds ago, we were literally beating the shit out of your unconscious bodies, but now we can be friends.
Toxic water snake collected.
A rig. Rewards for actually looking around. Hooray.
You need to collect all the major rigs, like the 7 major rigs to make the master security key anyway.
Give me the box. Thank
All
you.
right. Well, I'm missing something because flying through the zone, there's no obvious. Oh, wait, maybe this is it. Okay, here it is.
Obvious what?
No obvious mechanic. Like, this is World of Warcraft. We don't read quests anymore.
By the way,
Oh, hey, have you been buying the rare thing?
yeah, that was good.
No.
Yeah, I was
Mine
gonna
every
say.
day, 2,000 essence from the what the centaur lady.
Yeah. Yeah.
In
Very
town.
helpful.
Yeah. Shows you where the rares are.
You get 2-minute notice on rare spawns. Like you can see their star 2 minutes earlier than usual. It lets you basically, never miss
Yeah.
rares.
Never. Never. Well, Unless you don't want to do
You
it.
can trade gear too. Like if you get a piece of gear off of a rare and the other people are around you that killed it, you can trade with them.
Yeah, that's why people are like
Somebody-
telling what they got, so they can trade it. Lately, I don't know if you notice, but in
Yeah,
the
I got,
reach,
like most of my playset
Yeah.
from trading with people.
Somebody gave Ash a mount like that.
I need my stuff for my ult,
It's
so
a very
fuck
cool
them.
thing. Like there's no reason why they couldn't let you done this up until now. Like
Yeah,
I mean, they're
They
tokens
did.
instead of actual drops, so it's
That's
far easier
true.
to do it.
yeah, but they've been tokens for a lot of the time too. Like Timeless Isle dropped tokens,
We've got one more left. Here it is.
but at least it's a thing now.
If you
So.
need anything else.
I mean, yeah, but like, it would have made more sense to make it party-based back in those days because you could trade items with members of your own party, but not with anybody else.
I mean, even then, you couldn't trade them amongst your party.
No, that's what I mean. Like, that would have been a reasonable first step
Yeah.
towards this. Would have been to make them tradable to your own party members. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. I have to stop.
Why?
Okay.
Good
So
time.
welcome to 12 o'clock.
Huh?
starts-
Oh, I have to do
he starts drinking.
schoolwork.
Oh.
It's true.
Bounty.
Oh,
What?
this fucking quest. John is not finding humor in your potty jokes.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be a good idea to
Stop.
refrain.
I thought you said drinking.
I did say drinking.
Why is the camera like okay? The
Eluding-
climbing quest inside the cave is annoying.
Inside the cave? What? Oh yeah, yeah, that
there's-
yeah, it is. It took me some time to do it too. To understand it was there. It was
Yeah,
thanks to my wife. My
yeah.
wife had told me like
you
she
later.
passed next to me, behind me, and said, "Did you look upstairs?" And I said, "What?" And
Well, it's the camera angle that makes it really annoying.
yep.
Are you gonna? Nope. I'll do that.
Hello. Safe travels.
Oh, you got me.
You gonna let me down? Thank you.
Johnny,
The Isles hold many.
Johnny, the space boy.
Wanna boy?
Wow, what a bunch of assholes.
Mm-hmm. What am I searching? Cindy. That's a way.
Just stable money instead of.
Endless cloth chess piece.
Emanated Spanish flag.
This game's a dick. I keep trying to make primalist weapons to get one-handers to try out dual wield frost. Like, here's a two-hander. Here's another two-hander. Like, okay, thank you, Ian.
Why not craft them?
Clothes.
But check the world quest. Check the world quest. Also, you can buy them. Buy them with elemental flux and just
Did you find
upgrade
any
them.
tomes
What the fuck?
detailing
Melty?
as your
I
own
don't
What?
want no reasoning here.
fear I
you need the
shall
sigils, and probably you don't have the sigils.
I'll see
Yeah.
you above.
Yeah.
I
Wait, can
believe
you
you're
just
making
no? You can buy them
progress
what?
towards the problems surrounding
With
the
elemental
you need
flux overflow. You can buy the 359 version, and then with sigils upgraded to the 385, and then with the tome upgraded to the other one.
Welcome to the
Can you buy the 385 without
Tread carefully.
sigils now,
No
though?
one has been here for
I don't think so, but you can look. I can go look. I don't know, to be honest. I have no fucking idea.
It's very easy too, by the way, if you don't have the base appearances now, to just buy that whole set off the vendor for like super cheap.
Which is super cheap.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. I need to go back to the city and buy
No,
all
no,
the
no,
Shadowgast armor pieces.
It's not in the vendor. It's also there in the reach. You don't need to go to the city.
Wait,
the quartermaster.
The Shadowgast. The Shadowgast.
Oh, okay, no.
Shadowlands.
Yeah,
No,
the
no,
crafted set.
no. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the Primalist.
No, because you can transmog white pieces now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My blacksmith can make them. I don't know if it works with the old stuff, the crafting orders. It should.
I think it just shows Dragonflight stuff.
That sucks. They should add the others. The
I
other
need to
expansion.
make a cast at me.
You need to make the
hat.
You?
No, a cast at my location macro for Death and Decay.
Okay.
Because I don't like targeting it, and I'm only ever casting it at my own feet anyway. Makes sense just to macro it to cast that at player.
Okay.
Oh, who's this? Human Heritage Armor questline differences for players who obtain the original Dragfire Amulet. Oh, that's cool. You did the Anexia attunement, apparently you get a slightly different dialogue.
You get an extra cinematic also. Or maybe the cinematic is on the... You're doing the questline?
Oh god, no. I don't even have a human character.
Oh god.
It's just, I know it's on the Wowhead post.
I haven't seen it.
If I could somehow make my
Human
shaman a
Heritage,
human.
different player. Original Dragfire Amulet. I don't have that. Can you still do it? You can still do it, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, because you need it for the sword, don't you?
Maybe, but I don't know if it's entirely the same though.
I don't know though. I know there's a quest line, but I don't know if it's.
So I don't think you can do Quell Solar anymore either. You can only revamp them.
I have no idea. Do you? Oh yeah, you said no.
I did do that quest line rather recently on Classic though. Not recently, but like
When it was
not
up.
super long ago. Yeah. Had to because you couldn't use benediction unless you did it. Oh my god, mobs, get away from me. I just want to get into combat so I can go try to fucking rare. And I missed it because those mobs kept me in combat just long enough. Good.
Just long enough.
So did you buy the essence such?
Oh, the rare essence? No, no.
What the hell? No.
Affixes. Seek. Top of archives.
Eh? Sure is faster with the TPS though. Do quests.
Beard.
Huh?
Luke's beard. Rare.
The monkey.
You've come.
Ah, monkey!
This
The
world
sea
is
monkey.
full of
Sea
wonders.
monkey!
It's good to see you again.
Badoo.
Okay.
How can I help? Come back soon. All will be well. Fly true.
No, don't have a chance to make your next victory deal plus damage. I feel like missing an ability.
Fuck, I lost track of which rare spawned first. God, let's choose first. Oh.
and use my spender correctly.
Yeah, so it's when you buy the essence, it emotes at you and tells you which rare generally people are going to be going to. So even though it's like 4 up at a time, you can just send them in the order that
the timer went up.
Told you.
Yeah.
That's nice if you're actually trying to farm pieces or keys or stuff like that.
Returned.
You hear that voice too, don't you? It's calling for Malagos, the previous Blue Dragon aspect.
I wonder if it's going to be with like 10.1 release that we're going to find out about the directly your spec. Because it's a 10.1 thing as far as I know so far.
We'll fix this soon and find out what secrets the archives hold.
Okay.
There's magic.
Reclaim it! Reclaim it!
I was expecting Malagos. Where is he? And who are you?
Caligos. And you cannot possibly be...
Sindragosa? In a way. A simulacrum. Created by her in order to preserve her memories and knowledge. It would
I
seem
never find
a
this
great
rare.
deal of
Vulcanet?
time has passed since she left.
Yes. And much has happened.
I sense an aspect.
It's a long story. Both you and Malagos are gone.
I see. And the rest of our flight? Where are they? Tell me.
After Neltharion betrayed us, we were on the verge of extinction. We few who remain are scattered, aimless, and alone.
Yet you came here. That tells me that you still have hope for our kin. Child of my flight. Shall we work together to make that hope a reality?
Nothing would give me more pleasure. What must we do?
You are a fascinating one.
Yes, Vault.
Farewell then, young one. Do not let the magic overwhelm you. So much yet to be done.
I'll do what I can to repair any ley lines I find, and send my mirror images to keep an eye on things while I'm gone.
No! Ah. Got it. Be right back. Be right back in a second. Just stretch my legs, get some coffee, and be right back in a second. Yeah.
The Kirin Tor welcomes you.
Okay. Happy ring.
Keep your eyes and your wits
Doesn't
sharp out
want to give it to
there.
me? Okay.
If you see anything remarkable, let me know. Be careful. The Tuskar will talk your ears off if you let them.
Outputs what now? Lake lines? You mean
Lake
rivers?
lines?
What nonsense are you on about?
There's magic in the land everywhere. It's in every rock, plant, and...
Lake line.
Why, the legend of Fox Rose Fort...
Oh, the Gleam Coves! Yes, they're everywhere. With that dragon, you'll catch up with them in no time. Chieftain Panoliak knows more about that kind of thing.
Do you have any news? Remember, everything has its use.
Food. That's this mage rest. Every single one has a different song, like ambient
What did you bring me? Don't die out there.
magic thing.
How are you, traveler? Be cautious. This land is teeming.
Damn it.
This land is full of curiosity.
Ah, shit. And now we kill the echo. Fuck. This pillar summons a well who breeds. Hmm. Now we kill it.
It's good to see you. We'll speak soon.
Cannot be destroyed. Can it be learned? Okay. can be relearned. Good. Because I was scared there.
Oh, the day just became more interesting.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Careful out there.
Greetings, traveler.
What else? Is spelling one? Oh.
Well met. Go in peace.
Do you want to come to the gym with me?
No. I'm busy.
You going to the gym?
Yeah. Want to come?
Sure. Just hold me the spot.
Okay. We'll sign up on like the machines next to me. Like, sorry, hold them for a friend.
Okay. I'm sure they'll understand and they'll cooperate willingly.
Exactly. They're gonna love it.
What the hell? I walked into the vault and got immediately attacked by a mob at the entrance.
They don't like you.
I mean,
It was weird.
I'm a pretty big guy, so whenever they see your friend come in, they're like, "Oh yeah, he needs it." I understand.
Oh.
Hang in there, Hanu. You're no good to Noruk dead. This is no time to chat. Our caravan was ambushed by gnolls. They took half my people, and many left are seriously wounded. We can talk once my brothers and sisters are safe.
Bam. Bam.
No more waiting. I must save Noruk. Hanu, wait. Please, stranger. I'd appreciate any help you can offer us.
So good with the frost. Fun. It's becoming better than holy, unholy, to be honest. Easier to do, to be honest. There we go. Next point.
See you soon.
Ooh, 24. Oh, wait. I'm leaving too quick. I'm leaving too quick.
Until next we meet, be on your guard. There's nothing so cunning and cruel as a shade-pawed gnoll.
I was missing quest.
Need more hyenas!
Prime Gaming members get the big battle bear.
What? Who gets the battle bear?
Prime members, apparently.
What?
Also, the trading post resets tomorrow. Hell yeah.
Let me go check. Like now?
The Wild Hunt, I don't know. The Wild Hunt post just said it. I don't know if it's already up or if it's just coming up.
I was hoping the trading post reward isn't another fucking jester outfit.
It says starting
Oh, it's
today
out
until
now,
April
yeah.
27th,
Yeah, it's
Amazon
out
Prime
now.
Gaming members can earn the big battle bear amount by linking their Blizzard
Yeah.
Battle.net account.
It's out
Let
now.
me just go to fucking Amazon Prime real quick.
Let's do it right now. I'm doing it now. Clicking on in-game content. Thank you.
This
Success.
is-
Your big battle bear has been received. Ah, thank you, Blizzard. There you go. Big battle bear. From where does it come from? From the TG again, TCG?
TGC.
Yeah. Damn. Let's go, bub. Oh, shit. We got a new mount. We got a new mount. Yeah, that was quick.
You do it in game?
Good? No, well, I
How do
did
you
it
do
on. I went to the website of Prime and like Prime Loot gaming.amazon.com home.
Yeah.
And
your item has been delivered, yeah.
yeah, it's instantly slick.
Watch your step.
Well, usually it takes some time. Now it's instant.
Yeah, I literally just clicked the link in the Wowhead thing.
Yeah. And
It said claim offer, and yeah. Okay.
So I would take it. I'm gonna take a TCG card thing mount. For sure, I will never get that.
Now you suffer.
I was hoping for the Blizzard Bear. Imagine Blizzard Bird, everybody. People would get Amazon Prime just for that. That's a 3K. Well, imagine the Magic Rooster. The Magic Rooster, if it happens, I'm getting my wife Amazon Prime for a month just to get that fucking thing.
I see you've been busy.
Imagine giving the cock, giving the cock to everybody.
Cockpaw is in there.
Wait, phrasing.
Slow down, Hanu.
Tell me everything.
I need to add
literally just like instantly show up in your mounts.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, as a gift. It's a gift that you unwrap.
I will go with you. No, Hanu. I will not lose you to Kargpaw. Our newfound friend is quite skilled. Trust in them.
But I would have loved to have the cock though. Imagine. Imagine. Just imagine having your the cock in you collection.
If I log in, log back in, will it show up? It says I claimed it, but I don't see it yet.
It should be a pop-up. Like a pop-up just comes out and tells you, you have it. Well, if you're logged in while it happens. Maybe the server's cramped up also. Because everybody's clicking. Clicking. How much is it on eBay? Did anybody check? How much is the big battle bear on eBay?
No idea.
You can't sell those anymore, can you?
Yeah, you can sell the card. Yeah.
I thought that the card links were all disabled.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. Because there's a market for them.
Will spread everywhere.
Even for the Blizzard things, like the promotional things, when you go to BlizzCon, well, they had codes at the time and they're still being sold, so.
Yeah, it's from the TGC expansion Drums of War, so it's like a second TCG expansion.
Damn. Any info? How much?
No, they still. Well, $0.00 now that it's being given away.
Oh my god, dude.
Really?
The attained by profiles, 2% of profiles for World of Warcraft have this now. Not anymore!
Not anymore! Only the Prime users. Nah.
Cool. There. TCG. Right. On WoW TCG loot, it is $331.
There you go.
Actually, price history, winning bid. Minimum bid 331. The last highest bid it sold at was $559.
The highest.
Let's do the Amani Dragon Hawk.
Do the Blizzard Bear.
$899, and I fucking learned that amount when I got it.
Do the Blizzard Bear or
Big Blizzard Bear?
Yeah. Or
359.
359?
Yeah.
Ah, it's lower than I thought. Which one? The Spectral Tiger. The Spectral Tiger is. Used to be like 3K. It went down quite a bit.
4,200.
Oh, the Spectral?
Yeah.
The Spectral Tiger, it's 4K. Damn.
Like a slippery otter. My eternal thanks for the time.
That's a lot of money for a mounting WoW.
Yep. I'm
So
just
you
sad
can
that
buy
the
it
Amani
with-
Dragon Hawk is worth $900 still, and I got it with TCG pack and was like, oh, cool amount, and scratched it off and learned it. Instead of selling it. I randomly bought a WoW TCG pack on a whim for like $6, and I could have made so much money off of it.
Do you have the magic roster?
Next time.
The cock? How much does the cocks cost?
I don't know, I closed the website now.
I got this.
What's the website?
It would sell for a fair bit.
We'll do
Wow,
what we can
TCG
to
loot,
aid
I think is what it was
you
called.
once we uncover the source of this rot.
It was like price history and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
I fear for the
Magic
inhabitants of the trading
Rooster.
outpost.
510.
Get out of your
Yeah.
head
The
and
Magic
get a move
Rooster.
on.
Yes, yes.
The
come.
highest average by mail. It was a 2K once, the highest by mail. Price went down.
The milk's gone bad. Gold pile. I like gold. Damn it, full inventory. God damn it.
Like the riding turtle, it's $150, but you can fish it out from your garrison.
Yeah. Incoming forum posts about how people don't deserve to get a mount that you got from TCG 10 years ago.
Yeah. Of course. They didn't have to work with it for it. That's why they don't deserve it. But motherfucker, you didn't work for it either when you got it. You opened packs.
I hate being right all
A complete fluke.
I hate how
You happened to open a pack that had the card in it.
Yeah.
They came.
Shh, loves. Both of you.
Your goods are greatly
The only thing they took.
Oh, that's weird. There's a monk in the vault right now, and I can tell because I can see their Phalanx stomp, but I can't see the monk.
Yes, you
That's
can see
really
the
weird.
monk phalanx stumps.
He's right. You'll pull through.
Yes, you can do that.
We'll escort you to safety.
In. Yuki. Son of a bitch!
Alright, I'm back. I had to go check my mom's blood sugar.
It's a good thing she decided to move in with you soon, huh?
Well, she didn't decide. We told her.
Oh, well, I mean, it's a good thing it happened anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
Motherfucker! Screw you, bitch. Not you, as such, it's a player. A player who dropped mobs in front of me. Bastard. Shit.
I'm glad.
Your mom retired? She still work? No.
Oh yeah, she's retired.
Have to get her hard into the WoW again.
Yeah, she started playing.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she accidentally deleted her warlock. She thought her hunter was in the guild, and she deleted her warlock. And her warlock was one in the guild.
I can smell the rot on the wind. Your help is great.
Somewhere around here. Ah, my friend. What a pleasant surprise. And you've made some new friends, I see. Greetings. I am Caligos, and I am searching for ley crystal caves. I believe I sense one nearby, and yet...
Ley lines. There is a gleam cove deep within Brackenhide, yes. But the gnolls have made this forest thick with decay.
I stand with ye decay? Could it have eaten at the ley line itself?
I don't know who you are, mage, but thank you.
At the roof. I'm almost done with the quests. With the first alt.
What do you do with the champion battle bot?
I don't know.
On your left.
I don't know. Well, other than get coins to give to the Blinktron, I don't know. Because you battle the other battle bots and you get tokens, right? Yeah. You have to drop down. You go outside once you start. Once you start the machine, you
Join us quickly. The decay is
you
out
go
of
outside
control.
and battle the other battle bots.
Okay.
And go to the middle.
Ancient with that rot.
There's one other
decay
battle
around
bots
the span
there.
faster than
But
a
yeah, you
wildfire.
search through the place for battle bots.
Gone mad? Don't.
I'm so sorry to see Tuskar have been captured and killed here. Hang in there.
Thank you for your kindness.
In
Decay is part of the
a
natural
lot of battle
cycle.
bots.
We all return to the earth. But this is a perversion. The souls of my kin sense the wrongdoing and linger. We must help them. My totem will reach their spirits. I only hope it is enough to calm them.
Please, tell my son.
I've got your back.
I like the quest here. Kind of fun.
You're not.
We were traveling on the road when the gnolls ambushed us. Take the strength of my spirit to drive them back.
So did you see how, because the Wildhead article that just popped up, testing entangling and whatnot, how everybody is like already bitching at Blizzard, saying entangling is the worst fucking concept they could have come up with for a Mythic Plus A6.
Already?
Yeah,
Damn.
that's because I haven't read the detailed tooltip
It's
for
pretty
it.
bad.
It's just like it randomly roots you in place. Like, why would you?
You know those choking lines that like pull you toward them? You have to run a certain distance. It does that.
Oh wow.
Like yeah, it's not gonna be good. The other ones are already like people are kind of a little freaked out because if they keep you in combat, one of them spawns an incorporeal ad, and you have to interrupt it an 8-second cast, and it'll keep trying to do the cast every so often. But there's no way to kill it, so like it stays around for 20 seconds guaranteed. But if that keeps you in combat, that's gonna be a huge fucking time wasting.
And then you have to interrupt it too? It's like, ugh.
You have to,
Because
if you don't, it applies a debuff to you that you do nothing. Like you do no healing or no damage.
That's the one of the worst things to do in WoW, because nobody interrupts.
Yeah, there's a lot of feedback on that kind of stuff already. Like I don't mind it as a concept. Like I think it's fine, as long as like it doesn't lock you into combat. Like it spawns right at the end of combat, and you're just sitting there stuck in combat, like you are spiteful.
Hang in there.
Yeah, I could see it being pretty shitty if that was the case.
I I give you my strength, adventurer. Avenge us.
I like the idea that they're taking a pretty hard look at Mythic Plus this season, though. That's a good thing.
If that decayed ancient reaches
Yeah,
its
they saw that's where people go mostly lately for gear.
In my opinion, it's still the best way to gear.
It is. No, it's not just your opinion. It is. It's easier. It's way easier than a raid.
Well, yeah, because I mean, even pushing the high key levels, it just takes what you tell, like taking less people to do the same thing is just going to be easier.
Yeah. Also easier to manage.
But they're also apparently reducing the max eye level of the vault down again. So it's not going to be 20 in season 2 again. It might be 15 or something.
Good. Because it sucks. They have to go do 20s.
Do come see me again.
I don't mind the 20s, but it does feel a little much. I don't know.
I have done one single 20.
I don't think 20 is too out of the question for organized groups. 20 is out of the question for pugs.
Yeah.
Nope, not that.
Now, there are some people that will say that pugging, you can easily pug a 20. And, you know, you're absolutely right. You can theoretically pug a 20. But how many times have we seen people pug 18, 19, and 20s, and they just leave? Or, you know, you wipe on one boss and they just die, or they disconnect, or, you know, or they don't know how to do DPS, or like there's so many variables.
It's not that common to people leaving 20s, to be honest, just because people want it for the weekly. So when someone gets the key, they really don't care that much. It's like when people are fishing for their IO at like 2400 on their way to 25, that's what the shitty people. Not shitty people, but like that's when you get the people that leave. Waste like 5 minutes, because they only want it for the time. Especially this late in the season, people.
Before more come.
You cut off.
Oh, well, yeah, like this late in the season, people are only after raiding. So if you're not doing the 20 for the weekly completion, then people will leave pretty easily now. Which is annoying, but...
Yeah, it is annoying. It's so fucking annoying.
They definitely need to put some sort of penalty in for people that leave groups, because you can tell when you look at someone's IO score, if they have like only completion keys, and it's like, you know, this person's at like 2500 IO, and they only have keys where it's like, they have like 10 done on time or like 20 on time, you can tell that that person either got carried or they left a lot of keys.
Yeah.
Because people look to see, like, if you failed keys, to see if, like, you've done the dungeon enough to know what to do. Well, some people do, not all of them. Like, some people are not smart enough and just look at it at face value and they're like, okay. But obviously, there's a little bit of nuance there. Like, if you see that someone's run Shadow Moon 19, like, 6 times, and failed it by like a minute, you can pretty much guarantee that that person is probably familiar with the mechanics enough that they just need a slightly better group. And same with like tanks and healers. Like oftentimes, tanks and healers don't really get like a, I don't know. You get dropped very easily as a tank or healer if another one signs up with a slightly higher item level than you. As opposed to DPS, the rating matters a little more and a slight gear jump.
I am here. Thank you.
Because people don't think a tank or a healer is going to fuck it up as much as DPS, so they just take the highest eye level they find for tank or healer. With a somewhat okay rating.
I am very much alive.
Whereas when you look for DPS, I would easily take a 410 hunter over like a 417 hunter if the 410 hunter was like 45 or 2500.
I've placed a barrier around this ley line to ensure it's protected from further decay. Let's leave this place before more of those
But my
nodes descend
evoker
upon
has
us.
been kicked from groups because, like, a resto druid or another evoker signed up with an item a little higher than me. Despite us being at the same rating or me being slightly above their rating.
Never happened to me, but I can understand it could happen.
There's magic.
I only had it happen a couple of times. Not lately, but like early on in the season, yeah. Before. Because right now, when I sign up for a group at like 418, there's not many people that sign up for an eye level for me.
Able to help your people, Brenna.
Like, typically when I sign up for a group right now, anything from like 18 to 20, I just get into it now when I want.
Learned much. You see, the decay knows. There's no need for
But
concern.
not that that matters now when you already have the IO that you want, so.
Under control.
I just opened the Ishkara Renown.
Thank you for taking this time.
Damn. Because of the quest.
Yeah.
Yes. It's been a while. Please, let me know the moment you... Oh, that's all right. Thank you.
Nonsense. Look how thin you are.
Look how thin you are.
Get some much needed blubber on
Yeah,
those
Mythic Plus
bones.
pugging is like a whole different beast. It has its own weird nuance and metagame to it.
Settle down for a spell.
And a lot of it does not make sense. But it's just what the meta is, apparently. Doesn't matter what things actually are, it's how they're perceived. And unfortunately, you can't explain the randoms that.
When is the soup up?
Like, I blew some guy's
I just
mind
finished.
when I told him in A Court of Stars that we didn't need a rogue because I was an alchemist. He's like, what?
Chieftain Polonius.
I thought only rogues could do that. He's like, thank God. Like, I hate taking rogues here. Like, yeah, you don't have to.
So it seems only right they should return
Rogues can
to
do
the
it.
sea with its
I didn't even know.
Well, yeah, rogues can do it naturally as a class. Famous Drakthir can do the enchanting or the JC one for being a Drakthir. Or warrior and rogue can, for some reason, be the only ones that can destroy the bizarre goods, because
Who speaks before
that makes sense, I guess.
Chief Poloniac was a great fighter. He
I think Death Knight is the only one that doesn't get any kind of bonus for that.
That would have killed.
Or maybe they get
I don't know.
Maybe they get the necromantic tome or something, I think.
A fine day for a fine trade.
Damn it, I just missed the siege.
Ah, fuck, that sucks. Yeah, I need to catch that too.
Yeah, I missed the cookie.
What?
Just a cookie.
Cooking.
Don, are you still here? He's
No.
probably not.
No, he went ranking. Don't you remember?
It returns to us restless. We
I
will
was like,
carve a
12
stone
o'clock.
statue for it to rest
Time to
within.
drink.
Thank you, traveler. We should be just about done here. Could you tell Brenna?
Come, tell us a tale.
Right back. Right back in a second. Thank you so much for being with me. I hope you like what you see. We're quietly talking, having some convos. If you do, don't forget to do a follow. If you haven't already, you will know when I'm live. And also, you can always sub with the Prime or with your own money, so you can support this channel and also skip the ads. So, bear back in a second. I'm passing an ad right now. So, bear back. Be right back.
Well now, you're
You're certainly different.
Gambek. Thank you so much for being here. And
It's good
Galagos
to see you again.
slurping. Oop.
What brings you here?
I'm ready
We
for
were
the
hoping
funeral.
You would join us, friends. A chieftain's return to the sea is a celebration for all.
If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass? Was it the gnolls?
Oh no, Kalagos. It was simply his time. Pinoliak was a stubborn old coot, but even he had to succumb to age eventually. Not all deaths are violent, dear friend.
To be honest, I can't remember a time when they weren't.
This is cool. I love this part. I'm ready, buddy. Go, Brina.
Go ahead, friend. You can have the honor of pushing his boat out to sea for
Thank
your
you.
help protecting Iskara. You treasured us all. May the seas find you as worthy as we do. Look!
The Loa himself.
Grawl himself has chosen Pinolia! What a life!
Forgive me. I don't understand. How can you find such joy in the passing of family?
It is not that we are not sad for his passing, Kalak, but in celebrating his life, he shall remain with us
Forever.
forever. What better way to strengthen the bonds of the family that remains than celebrating all who came before?
It's true. He's right.
Well met, friend. Fly true. Good luck.
You're leaving? The celebration has only just begun.
Thank you, Brenna.
I like
And
his
everyone.
weapon.
I have learned more than I imagined in my short time
Like his
in your
sword.
company. Despite tragedy, you all remain kind and resolute because of your community, because of family. The power the Blue Dragonflight is missing is not ley lines or ancient artifacts. It's family.
Yep. Fabulous. So we're calling Vin Diesel. And we're telling him, hey, wanna do a Fast and Furious with the Blue Dragons? He will say, no, I'm busy with doing Fast and Furious 11. For family. For family. What's this? Wanted. Gotta kill someone. Okay. Stop moving! You bastard! Stay in front of me.
Oh, your wares may be better than mine.
No, this is okay. No, over here.
Whoa! What are you?
And then, oh, And then you take the quest. Oh yeah, the little guy. Caps. Yeah, I remember.
Mama says my tusks will be bigger than a mammoth's.
Now I have to convince someone. The gay source slain. In Brackenheim. It just took a quest though.
I have many things that might interest you. Next time I'll have even better.
It's over here.
Let us hear your story.
There's something that I need to click here. Don't I? Yeah, behind me. Oh yeah.
A fine day for a fine trade. I'll have more for you when
Need
next
7 of
you
them.
meet. May my wares be
Now return to the little guys.
Hello. Okay, bye. Next time, bring fish, please.
What's fish? What danger is Nora? What the? Oh, I gotta go cut down the camera. Sound is killing my camera. Damn it, son! You have one job. One single job. Yet. And yet. Fuck me. And I liked it.
Stranger.
The hell? What is flag? Here we have those looks. Hello, you. What the hell? Oh, it's because I have no power left. Come on! Son of a bitch! An hour and a half for the announcement for Path of Exile. I thought of maybe playing Path of Exile today. But then I had so much stuff to do here.
My, you're a tall one. Very good. Be seeing you.
So I
Very
said,
well,
fuck
then.
it.
You have a
I'm gonna give some out loving. Out loving.
Greetings, man. Stay away from
Soon. The door is gonna open.
See you soon.
See you soon. See? He also said it. Coming. Coming for us all. We don't know. We don't have a release date, so we don't know yet, but it's coming. I'm speaking of 10.1 because that's the supposedly the door or something like one of the entrances. Entrance side? What is this lag? Is it because I'm not far from the academy? Wild bear? Okay.
How are you? What's your back?
What? It's to everybody. There we go. We have those 8. Only need the other buffalo. Well. I'm bored at this. I'm going back to blood. Hello, blood. Long time no see. Let's be honest, I'm better blood. I'm better blood. I know at least what I'm doing. Even if it's very straightforward for the frost build, I have no fucking idea of what I'm doing. While he's running.
Interesting. Be seeing you. Very well then.
What can I do for you? Off with you.
There we go. What? The other thing gave it also? Come over here. You too. Everybody. We'll get the good music. Cool. Bang. How many do I need? Doesn't seem to have an information about I don't know, maybe I have to What? Oh, there we go. 38% collecting fruit. Okay. Getting some fruit. 50%. What the fuck is it? I don't even. This. Yeah, sure. This. Do it. This. The dungeon ones, I don't need to mark them. Speaking of dungeons, let's hit the bonus. Maybe it's one of the different quests that I need to do. I gotta fulfill the last order. $94. Okay, I'm gonna kill you. That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted. How dare you? Leave me like that. Glug, 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 glug.
What's beyond your mind? You be careful, man.
You got my attention. Safe travels.
Good day to you. Off and away. You have a great day now. Very good.
We're max here. We're max here. I think we're almost here. Oh, wait a second. Paragon time. No, not yet. Fuck. Oh, almost Paragon time. Yippers!
See you later.
I thought we would gain it. I was sure gaining. Damn it. I was pretty sure to get it. There we go.
to meet you. Off with you.
Great to meet you too. Off with you. It's the same waterfall, so it doesn't work. Doesn't count. Ow.
Hello. Have a good one. See you around.
Cool, cool, cool. We have another quest. We did that one, so only this one left. Oh. Damn it! Stop moving! There we go. What is this? The running send home. I think it's inside the cabin. It's all your fault. Ow. So Runny is in here. Oh, there it is. Damn it.
Mama says my tusks will be bigger than a mammoth's. Wanna fly kites later? Okay, bye.
Damn it. Now I speak to the Yeti. Go, Yeti. So big. You did it. Now get the head up. Responsibly. Let's go. So I returned the quest. Okay, in the city. Gives you a thumbs up.
Welcome, welcome.
Ooh, 26.
Who speaks before me? May your catch come swiftly.
What the hell is the toy? What? Tracking the flooding. Maybe I have to talk to someone? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. In 1 hour and 20 minutes, we will have the announcement for Path of Exile. We're gonna start watching. Hopefully get the drops. I don't think I get the drops, so it's possibly you will need to go to the Path of Exile thing to get the wings.
Wanna fly kites, leader?
Get a thug sled. Because I have multiple characters, I'm getting every single toy that they give you with the renown multiple times, and we'll get them all because I have enough to pretty sure get them all. Need more vigor.
I've repaired several ley lines, and our friend here helped repair a major one. Has the Oathstone been repowered?
Some
Let's
power
go.
has returned to it.
Grab it. Real quick.
But I fear something still is preventing its true power from emerging.
I hope that worked. I need my flight.
We will see in due time.
Khadgar, what's happened?
The Primalists are on the move. It seems we did far too well at stymieing their efforts at Vakthros. Razageth has renewed the attack herself.
If Vakthros falls, the whole of the Azure Span will fall with it.
Quickly then, we must stop her before all is lost. Hopefully, we won't have to face her alone.
Vakthros is connected to the major ley lines in Azure Span. If it is destroyed, the archives would cease to exist, along with the rest of the Azure Span.
I don't suppose any more blue dragon showed up to help?
Not yet. It will be up to us to stop this.
Put a video. Well, we are back real quick. Let me put this video.
Hey there, buds. More than 6,700 cheaters have been banned since the release.
By the way, this is a video about cheating in Tarkov. So be right back.
Of the video a few weeks ago. Their gamer tags can be found publicly available in spreadsheets. A new strategy that was most likely influenced by a Wiggle. I think it's clear to say now that the Wiggle is a Tarkov cultural phenomenon.
So the idea is that cheaters don't kill cheaters because they're on the same side. It's like saying Hail Hydra. They're like, oh, okay, we're good.
Oh, Ghost video, the guy was like, he was getting added by other cheaters.
Cheating communities? Like, you guys can't just cheat by yourselves? You need friends to do it with you? Like, what?
About the Wiggle.
Interesting.
It shows the other hacker that I... Oh, he's wiggling, look.
Dude,
See that?
this Wiggle thing is so stupid.
Please don't kill me. Oh my god, you are shooting me through a wall.
Dude.
He sounded exactly like the kind of guy that would use Tarkov cheats as well.
Bro, yeah, I just...
People that buy hacks on Tarkov just do it so they can actually play the game while they're blazed on weed.
This video, whether you like it or not, is a good one. It's good.
Cause no problem. Nice.
We got Landmark, one of the most popular Tarkov Twitch streamers, to wear a webcam duct taped to his head. And at the time of filming this video, in addition to the 2 million plus views that my video got, over 1 million people have reacted to content creators watching the video outside of the Tarkov community. The footprint that this discussion has is massive. But what now? We are all in agreement that cheating is bad in Tarkov, and rather than turn my back on this game and the community, I'm going to continue to investigate. Today I want to tackle the question, Is BSG doing enough about the cheating epidemic? And I thought, how can I measure how well BSG was doing so far? So I came up with a plan to become an undercover hacker and download ESP to see how many people are still cheating in Tarkov. Guys, just kidding. But the question still remains. We know that cheating is too common in Tarkov and that cheats are too easy to acquire. So how do we know that the game developer is doing a good job fighting back? Let's first try to understand why cheating is out of control in some games.
Can I tell you about this exciting new game I'm working on?
Oh, cool. Like, what game?
Listen to this, man. It has insane anti-cheat.
But what about the game? Like, what is it?
Dude, are you sitting down? You will not believe this.
Okay.
It has ridiculous DMA protection. We shut down the ESPers.
But, like, what is the game? Like, is it like an MMO or a shooter? Or
Are you hearing me? Aimbots don't stand a fucking chance in this game. Where did you go? I'm not even done telling you about the anti-RMT features.
It's clear that BSG, Battlestate Games, the creator of Escape from Tarkov, didn't think much about anti-cheat when developing their game. They didn't even add BattlEye, a third-party anti-cheat, until 2019. The game had already been available to the public for 2 years at that point. Game developers are in a constant balancing act between working on security versus developing the game itself. Remember that online game that had absolutely no cheaters whatsoever? Exactly. Nobody remembers that game. It sucked. If they focus too much on security without providing content, people will just nope out. And if they focus too much on the game without security, the game is certainly to fail as well. I had a chat with the lead developer and the community manager at the Cycle Frontier, a loot extraction shooter like Tarkov, which also struggled with cheaters early in their development. Their Season 3 is set to release later this month on March 29th. In Season 1, the Cycle Frontier had a pretty nasty cheating problem. But don't take it from me, this is the producer Jonathan weighing in on the matter.
We spend time reading the Steam reviews. Every second negative review is about cheating. So that's why we've created an anti-cheat team, and that's why they're working with top priority on several important initiatives that I've laid out for you today.
The Cycle dev team tackled the cheating problem by adding many new features, such as a notification when a cheater you died to was banned. And in addition to being notified, you were given a cheater compensation package. The dev team implemented trusted servers, which creates safer lobbies for legit players with a proven track record. And I asked their subreddit how things are going. For a thought experiment, think about what people would write on Reddit if you asked them how the cheater situation is currently in Tarkov. This is what someone wrote about the Cycle, and it's pretty much the consensus of the player base right now. Jaeger, with no exaggeration, annihilated the cheaters. And even when you get killed by a cheater, you get a cheater compensation package consisting of a kit you lost when the cheater gets banned. It's great.
With the Cycle, what we've really done is taken a multifaceted approach.
This is Matt Lightfoot. He's the lead producer at Jaeger and worked on projects like DayZ and Arma.
So they
One
give
of the things
you
you've
a
not mentioned yet is
package?
BattlEye.
Did you catch that? The Cycle uses the same anti-cheat that Tarkov does. BattlEye.
And BattlEye is one of many tools. We use a couple. BattlEye is one of the ones we name. We also use another one that we integrate and isn't named. And part of that is having multiple layers of defense, or like a defense in depth strategy, so that sure, you might get past one. Are you going to get past the second? And then also, as Andrew had pointed out, we've also hired people specifically. So we have a dedicated anti-cheat team that is orientated solely on being able to tackle cheaters. And that's from both a technological perspective, but also a human perspective as well. So, we're obviously investigating cheaters. You hopped onto the Discord.
The Cycle is the ARC one, right?
What do you think a developer could be doing, right?
Sure.
And then also looking at the other avenues of people that use cheats for profit, and it's really being able to look at every single level of the pipeline and go, how can we prevent each one? A bad thing only doesn't happen because you got one thing wrong. It happens because you got multiple. So if we can stop these people at any one level, we can cut the problem significantly.
Matt told me this multi-layered approach is called the Swiss cheese model. If the red arrows are cheats, having as many layers with the smallest holes is the best approach. This concept is used in all sorts of fields, including disease prevention.
Yeah.
What do you think is the biggest motivator of guys who are looking for cheats right now?
Things like RMT are always an issue in games like this, but I'd actually say most of the cheaters I talk to or encounter, for a good chunk of them, it's really almost like the desire to win, or more specifically the desire to not lose, because they care so much about their gear. And
this is Andrew, aka Toast. He was brought on in the middle of last year as the anti-cheat community manager. I wonder if Battlestate Games has an anti-cheat community manager.
it's worth it to them to cheat just so that they don't have to go through losing their gear, or so they can get that satisfaction of taking other people's gear, even if they don't deserve it. I guess they just get satisfaction from that sort of thing.
I asked Andrew and Matt what they thought of Battle Eye.
What I'd say when it comes to Battle Eye, or really any, I guess you would call them front-end anti-cheats or software anti-cheats, anything like that, there's sort of a misconception among gamers that those are like the complete package, that you just slap something like Battle Eye on your game and then call it a day. But really how I describe it is something like Battle Eye is more of a tool, or like Matt said, it's more like a layer of protection. Specifically, they detect on the software level. So if someone is running malicious software on their PC, Battle Eye's job is to go in and detect that directly, and once they detect that malicious software, they're able to ban somebody. And in my opinion, they're very good at it, and they've been very helpful at doing that in our game. The thing is, Battle Eye's not the complete work. Still has to be done on the developer's end, on our end, to actually make sure that there's more layers of protection in place besides just that.
I'm a huge advocate. The main developer behind it, I don't know how he has so many hours in the day, because he's just always available. You know, if you've got a question or you've got a problem, you can ping him a message and have a conversation, and as Andrew said, you know, it's two-way communication. We can give feedback, and they give feedback to us as well on how we can improve and get better together. And that's always been my experience of Battle Eye. And at every single place that I've spoken to about anti-cheat, I'm always a huge advocate, because for what it does really, really well. And it's part of a holistic package as well, you know.
It was at this point that I started to realize that fighting cheaters was a lot more involved than just having a good anti-cheat. You need a lot of cheese.
You know, we had a huge problem with cheaters.
You need more
that.
than one anti-cheat.
You know, we're on the winning side of that table now, and actually, you know, it'd be one of the things that we're hoping is with Season 3 that's upcoming at the end of March, is that we see more players come back to the cycle and experience a far more positive experience than they did with Season 1, where there were more cheaters.
I think many players feel like there's some simple solution that if they just installed this certain thing, or if they just toggled this certain feature, everything would be fine. But really, it takes a very proactive and engaged approach to just constantly be ahead of the game.
Okay. Give me a second, because I just noticed that the cooking is in 6. Soup, it's in 6 minutes. I don't know. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were here or FK.
And constantly be one step ahead of the people who are trying to cheat in your game.
When you did your your test, you know, I watched it and I was like, whoa, every other lobby that's pretty bleak, like, you know, and I feel bad for them, right? It's a tough spot to be in. You know, we're on the other side of that, and I think that, you know, as a player, as Andrew said, it's the not hitting cheaters, but also, you know, people being upfront with the problem. This is the problem we've got, this is where we're at, and this is our problem, this is our plan to solve it. You know, Jaeger with the cycle had a really targeted plan to do it once we hit the problem, and we were fairly communicative with it, and now we've come out the other side, we've got a continuing plan as well. So, you know, for me as a player, that's what I'd want to see from, you know, other games that are experiencing significant cheating problems, and it's a long road to walk.
I can't.
Yes, I can. Gotta go to the right spot. Either then, or I put the thing next to it. In time that I'm playing. Everybody's ready. Don't forget to get your big bear, right? Big battle bear. You have Prime. Get it now. Claim it. It's all yours with Prime. In case It went up today, so big battle bear for free. Well, not really for free, but kind of for free. Some freeness to it. $300 in your pocket.
Get some rest. Well, look at you.
No. Do I need this? Nope. What? I forgot I wasn't there. I wasn't in a queue. Forget the queue. It was the end there.
Help but compare your roadmap and swift action to this post from 4 years ago and the subsequent copy pasta from 12 days ago. I think BSG can do better. To put things into perspective, the Cycle Frontier turned things around in less than 6 months. I previously stated that I wouldn't be doing any more cheat developer
They
interviews.
rehashed
I don't
the
think
same message from what they did with the forums.
there's anything to learn from them
There's no work there
at this point, but I thought that if I was going to do an interview, it would be with the hackers who made the cheat I used in my video. They had previously said they were open to chatting with me, and I only wanted one thing from them. I wanted some audio of them being cocky and bragging about how their cheat hasn't been detected 3 years. I challenged anyone in my Discord to find any evidence of detection or mass band waves related to the cheat I used, and nobody could come up with anything. I still wanted to get a few sound bites from the cheat distributor. I reached out to them and identified myself, and here's where I did a stupid thing. Well, I did several stupid things. My first stupid thing was installing cheats on my computer. My second failure was not wiping my entire computer and reinstalling Windows after using cheats. I think you can see where this is going.
Yeah.
There's a nasty thing called a rootkit, and when you give cheat devs access to your computer, they can install malicious software that lives within the operating system. It's very difficult to detect, and they can steal information to sell to third parties. You see, cheats require you to basically turn off all forms of antivirus protection to work. And then they gain access to the core of your computer's operating system, and they generally have complete control over everything, if they want. And several people told me to wipe my drives and reinstall Windows, and I was going to do that, but I didn't do it quickly enough. But even if my computer was compromised, they didn't really know which user was me. They have so many clients, I doubt they were able to figure out who I was. And that's where I made a final mistake. I attempted to get into contact with the cheat devs, their Discord server, which only recently added a specialized verification bot, noticed I was logged in from the same location with a different account and flagged me as a secondary account. This gave them the necessary info to figure out more than just who I was, but what account I had with them. They messaged me and asked me to quote, stop trying to get verified. And later that day, my computer wouldn't boot up. They did what's called a boot nuke. They fried 3 of my hard drives, all M2.0 drives, all inaccessible and gone. NVMe drivers are very reliable, and these drives were purchased in the last 3 months. They aren't even the same make or model and showed no signs of failure previously. It's reasonable to assume that they were able to mess with the drivers and render the NVMe drives useless. In any case, I tossed them in the trash, and I'm up and running again. BSG has a long list of things they need to do to fight cheaters. It's not just detection. Recently, they banned the ability to trade items with other players on the flea market. This eliminated a way that RMT cheaters could deliver rare items, like this key. But there's a lot that BSG isn't doing. Why not add another anti-cheat like the Cycle did? Or hire more staff to ban players quickly? Or add trusted lobbies or any number of things? We need to give them time to do the work they need to do, but we also can't forget and let them off the hook like they've done numerous times before in the past 4 years. I'll know they're doing a better job when I log into this website and their cheats are not working. I'll know they are winning against RMTers when these websites stop offering carries. AGS and all of its various resellers and rebranders have been around for 3.
Okay, there's a lot of fucking rants. You know, what the fuck? And he's not far too. I gotta kill him. I gotta kill him. Cannot even watch the video. So he got hacked and he got his computer wiped by the hackers. Well. Can you please? Okay. Get your orders. Or not. There we go. Something sweet. We have a lag though. Grackles. We go. Uh-oh. Go, let's go, let's go. Done!
What are you?
Oh, embellishment. Nope. Yeah, shit.
We will not repeat our history.
I got shit. I don't need the rest. I'm going for the rare. If he's still alive when I get there. That's the other question. Seems to be moving. I can give the lariat recipe, but I'm not sure. I want it for myself. Fuck. Just don't have enough speed. Enough vigor. Evil vigor. Everybody is going live. A lot of the streamers that I follow that play Diablo 4 are going live right now. So Path of Exile did a bunch of sponsors for this league. So it's possible that one of your favorite streamers is doing the reveal and getting the drops also.
Oh, nice.
So you can see there's different ones. So I don't know. I'm probably gonna watch my favorite pirate from the late shift.
Let's see here. Oh, Tally streaming Path of Exile.
Yeah. Also he has the drops if I remember.
Yeah, of all the people online right now on my Twitch, he's the only one streaming Path of Exile.
Burke him online, but I know that you don't follow him. It me GP Burke Black.
Oh no, yeah.
I've been trying to make you watch him.
Raid, League of Legends, Valorant. Oh yeah, there it is. Big Battle Bear mount. Already got that one. City Legends. What is City Legends Trapped in Mirror Collector's Edition? Oh, that's a game.
Minutes.
That looks like a that looks like a hidden objects game. Really likes hidden objects game. Claim now. What do I need for this? Yeah, Legacy Games account. Let's see, Legacy. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, the stream for Path of Exile just started. It's in 5 minutes, but the stream is there. I don't know if it the drops are up. Not yet, it's. Hey, the picture-in-picture pre-roll is up. About time. They added also, if you do a 3-minute ad, you deactivate the pre-rolls for 1 hour and 30 minutes like they had before. Just left. Where's this guy? Okay. A Primalist plate helm from Rare in the Academy. Cool. You don't have to be in the reach for those. I see, I see. Interessante. I thought it was only tomes. I knew the tomes you don't need to be in the reach to get them. You can kill any rare everywhere all at once. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Good. Getting the Paragon there. How many levels the dragons go? 25. And you telling me that I'm almost done? The only thing that I'm missing is this kata? I should have stayed for the soup. Damn it. Mistakes were made.
Ah, just in time for the hunt. Up for an adventure? Trust your eagle eye. Stay sharp. My hearth awaits you. Hold your dog.
Greetings. May your family be blessed with daughters.
So fucking stupid. I'm missing 5 points for the. No, sorry. 50 points. The paragon. Because I don't know how to cut. Okay.
This is sacred land.
Oh.
Care for the land.
Go, Ivan. Show them. Show them your worth. You're the best boy.
May the Earth Mother smile upon you.
I'm almost done with rep with 2 characters.
Well then.
Oh, nice.
Take care which burrows you search.
And soon it's gonna be 3. 3. And then more. Then more. Hey, come back.
Ah, just in time for the hunt.
Here we go. You can go get it. Sadly, it gives nothing, but we can get the Paragon chest.
How is your health? Trust your clan and none other.
Your presence is a favorable omen.
Two-foot. Go on then.
I don't know how old this post is or this meme is or whatever, but it just came across my feed. PETA said on their Twitter, it said, next time you think of eating a chicken, remember that they had a family just like you. And dude replied, this is why I order a family bucket at KFC. No one is left behind. I'm just like, damn.
Of course. Exactly.
Oh,
Making me
man.
hungry. You're making me hungry.
How may I aid you?
Out with it.
Mm-hmm. 42 minutes. Go to the bathroom. Get up.
Hello?
Hey, Kissy, are you back home?
No, I'm still sitting here in the frickin' hospital waiting for the doctor to release me.
Oh, that's a fun wait.
Yeah, and then he tells me, well, it could be tomorrow. And tomorrow I have an appointment at 8:15 in radiology for, what is that thing called? Some test. So, I don't know what to do. I called the radiology department and told her, and she said, well, let me see if I can get a hold of the doctor. Just do it while you're here in the hospital. That would be good.
Damn.
Ultrasound, that's what I'm having.
So, at the
I
hospital?
wasn't sure this was going to work on my laptop without having my headset.
What's the reason you are at the hospital, Kissy?
It's kind of hard to explain. It has to do with having a urinary tract infection.
Ooh.
And I did find out that I don't activate one of your posts here. Music when you open it up and you don't have a way to turn the sound down. I did that about 15 minutes ago here in the bed. I was like, turn it off, turn it off. So that'll wait till I get home with the headphones. I do feel better, but they're on the edge of telling me that I didn't have an infection, that it's something else.
Yeah. Yeah, we learned that when we were in the hospital, we learned that the ER in the hospital doesn't classify a UTI unless it's over their scale, and their scale is like 1 to whatever, and apparently anything over 5 on this scale, they would, and inflammatory signs, they would consider an infection, because my mother's urine came back and the doctor was explaining, I guess a nurse had thrown out the word UTI, and she's like, well, great, that's something else I got to deal with. And the doctor came in and said, well, let me explain. It's like, yeah, there's some bacteria in your urine. And, you know, it's probably a symptom of the sugar, and, you know, you're extremely high sugar in the waist and the dehydration of the inside of your system. And, you know, whenever you urinate, your body tries to expel a lot of the contents in it. So naturally the bacteria will be high. And yes, it came up on the test, but it's not high enough, and there's no other sign of a UTI. It's just, you know, there's a little bacteria in your urine. And apparently she explained that if it was above a certain number on this scale of theirs, then they would be concerned, but the bacteria result didn't meet that number, so they just went along with it.
Yeah, I had the exact same symptoms as the last time, and they weren't as bad, but I didn't want to let them get as bad.
Yeah.
And so when I told the guy that admitted me, I told him that the last time I'd been in the hospital, which was a very short time ago, they had to send me home with a midline, and Clint had wound up giving me the antibiotic through a tube. And they said, well, we're not taking any chances. So then they admitted me. And it's taken this long from the day I got admitted. The test is supposed to be finalized today. But he must know somebody in the lab, because he already knows that it's probably going to come back that I have no infection.
True Explorer.
And like you said, there are things in the urine, but they're not classifying it as a infection.
There we go.
I spent all this time in the hospital, and I didn't even have an infection, but
This one is
they
done.
call it interstitial cystitis.
What's missing this then?
So if it has a word like cystitis in it, how can it be that when it's not an infection? I don't get it. And the only drugs that will treat interstitial cystitis, my copay is $1,000. And I told him, well, that's not happening.
What is? What doesn't happen?
You have to listen close, Melty.
No, I'm eating at the same time, so I'm kind of in my head.
They're saying it's not an infection, that it's interstitial cystitis.
No, that I heard, but the last part,
Oh, my copay, my insurance will cover 50%, and I pay 50%. Well, that 50% is $1,000.
Shit.
Yeah. So I said that's not happening. So when I have to go AFK in the middle of a raid, that's the reason.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of lucky here in Canada. Anything is covered. Most of it.
It's covered. 50%
Everything.
of it.
For us, it's 100%. 100% covered. Room, food, of course, everything with the hospital. Everything. Everything's covered. The only thing it's not covered is dental, and they're speaking this year to make dental cover for at first for certain ages. First, it's 18 minus, all minus, and then next year is gonna be 60 and over. Dental will be covered by the government.
Yeah, I get dental too, but it's not at 100%.
I think here for dental, it's gonna be at brackets, but I haven't read it. It's this week. They announced it this week, so yesterday. I'm not kidding. They did the press conference yesterday, so I have to read about it or at least see analysis about it. But yeah, they were the what's his name closed doors by the journalists on Tuesday. So here in Canada, they go seek the journalists, everybody, so they will know a day in advance what's coming up on the announcement, in this case Wednesday. And they're allowed to talk about it on Tuesday. They're not allowed to show the documents yet, but they're allowed to talk about it. The sun is kicking my camera's ass. This year also they're giving groceries check for people who has less money. They call it like that, but it's for whatever you want
on the
to.
phone.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Just in case, we're gonna mute Discord. I need to get the Ishkara. So this one, right? In with the daily. Do you have a contract for them? Maybe you can add.
The day just became more interesting. We'll remember you.
I'm gonna go look. I was so hungry. It's intense. Where is it, Mike? Okay, we're done. We can go to the quest. What is this? Temporal spyglass. There we go. Done. Easy. I had it. Damn it. No. This one. Doesn't seem to have the lariat.
A foul arcane
Where am I?
creature lurks in this area. It must be destroyed before it causes any havoc.
There we go. Just in time. And I got nothing. Nothing! Yeah, only the dust card left to do. Kinda nice. This is in a cavern, right? Yeah. Well. Awesome.
How are ya? Off with ya.
Watch your back. See you soon.
Hmm.
You need something? Safe travels.
That's the rules. But this one. What's happening? Well. There's a totem over there. Oh, I killed the guy. Oh no, I didn't kill the guy. Nice. Missing 3, right? Oh, no, just 2. There we go. Good. Perfect. I'm getting the rep with the winter belt. Cool. The introduction ones. Really, I get. Put this elsewhere. I don't know. Like this. Dude. Okay. So now I have the quest. Okay, so if I want to do it with my mage, because I want the region bag recipe. I'm checking. I mean, it makes sense that you need to do those quests. But true, it sent me to the... Maybe I do. Maybe I do.
Glory to the Sindori. Hi. Off with you. Watch your back. Safe travels. See you soon.
Ah, what the fuck? Clues uncover. I'm killing the town. No worries. Does it phase or it phases? Oh yeah, I remember. Gotta liberate them. That's why you gotta do this quest, okay?
What's on your mind? Safe travels. Off with you. Watch your back. Hi.
What?
Off with you. Safe travels. See you soon.
Good. You're saved. What is number 2?
Great to meet you. Watch your back. See you soon. Safe travels.
Ooh. It's in 10 minutes. The reveal. Is he what? I'm ready. Mm-hmm. 7 minutes. I wonder what's gonna be. What's gonna be the new stuff? I heard a lot of rumors, but rumors can be just that, rumors. I'm not expecting to be true. For sure, it will be awesome. It's mostly direct with the crafting, right? Maybe a crafting revamp. So it's not really. It's rumors, like I said. You say. A new class. No, but new gems for sure. I think last season didn't get new stuff, right? Probably new skills, new uniques, like we often do. Five minutos.
On your mind. Watch your back. Off with you. Safe travels.
So you get to know. Okay. Get the tools. All right. Oh, there we go. The little ones there. There we go. There we go.
Great to meet you.
Stay the course.
One of the best plays that I did was here. Hey, other quest.
Well now, you're certainly different.
Until next time.
What do you need? For the Horde.
What?
Be safe. Strength. Go forth to victory.
There we go. Done. Next.
May your blades never dull.
Should go vape and go back. Come back. Real quick. Let me go to the... Gonna vape. Be back in a second. Let's make this thing bigger at least. Okay.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining us for today's livestream as we unveil Path of Exile Crucible, which launches on April 7th on PC and Mac, and on April 12th on console. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Sphinx wings. Speaking of livestreams, this is our last dedicated Path of Exile 1 announcement stream for around 6 months. That's because our 3.22 expansion announcement will occur during the ExileCon livestream in late July. Set yourself a reminder to tune in, because we'll also be unveiling massive amounts of information about Path of Exile 2, including revealing this livestream. Here's what you can expect. We'll start with a trailer for Crucible, followed by a deep dive on the League itself. Then we'll cover this expansion's endgame improvements, including the introduction of Atlas gateways and revamps to both Breach and Abyss leagues. We'll discuss changes to Path of Exile's balance metagame, including changes to the passive skill tree, its masteries, an overhaul of the Saboteur and Pathfinder Ascendancy classes, 9 powerful new Val skills, and some of the new unique items you can build around. After that, we'll cover improvements to the Ruthless game mode and the League launch boss kill event, before diving into the new Supporter Pack series. The livestream will then conclude with a Q&A session between Ziggy D and me, where we'll answer questions from Twitch chat. After the livestream, we'll drop the full patch notes. Let's get started with the trailer for Path of Exile Crucible.
Hail, one of many. Eons ago, my kind walked the molten surface of this world.
Cool.
Now,
I'm back up, by the way.
We seek a champion.
An altar.
We must endure the heat
Good.
of the Crucible. forge weapons unlike any Raycast has ever seen. Take up the
Crafting
power of the
weapons.
Titans and bring obliteration.
Abyss rework. Breach rework. Atlas 3 gateway. What? Mastery overhaul. Pathfinder rework. Saboteur rework. What the fuck? Rework.
In Path of Exile Crucible, you'll learn about an ancient race of titans who once shaped the primordial surface of Rayclust. In this league, you'll earn the ability to forge their power onto your weapons. And what form does that power take? In an iconically Path of Exile way, it's the ability to imbue your weapons with their own passive skill trees.
Damn.
These Crucible trees can have quite an impact on your character build. For example, in addition to the regular mods on this bow, its Crucible tree grants additional physical damage, physical to chaos conversion, the Master Fletcher notable passive, improved grace effect, and level 10 lesser multiple projectiles. While this is certainly a decent tree to get, it's not even the maximum depth and could be even more optimized for your build. In order to forge these powerful trees onto your weapons, you'll need to complete Crucible encounters. There's one in each area. Each encounter takes place at a Crucible forge. As you approach the forge, you'll have the choice of which of your equipped weapons you want to focus on. This can include ones on your alternate weapon swap if you want to improve one you're not currently using.
Only
After
weapons.
selecting a weapon, you channel it at the Crucible forge to spawn monsters. The longer you channel for, the more dangerous and rewarding the encounter becomes. As you spawn additional monsters, they combine together to create larger and more fearsome foes that grant even more experience for your Crucible passive tree. Being able to ramp up the difficulty of the encounters is a double-edged sword. While it gives you the opportunity to make rapid progress on your Crucible weapon crafting projects, it comes with significant risk to your character. It's easy to accidentally overwhelm yourself and make an encounter that is too dangerous. Channel carefully and adapt to what your character is capable of. When you first find a weapon, it doesn't have a Crucible tree unlocked. Channeling that weapon at Crucible encounters will unlock and reveal its tree, as well as allocating the first skill. You can only allocate one skill at each tree depth, so you'll need to decide which path through
this
the
is
tree
gonna
is
be
best for your
broken.
build. As you get deeper into a tree, more and more experience is required to unlock skills. The final depths can take quite an investment and can only be found rarely on endgame items, but also have some of the most powerful properties. For example, this wand has 2 depth 5 skills to choose from. One of them allows all damage from your Freezing Pulse and Eye of Winter skills to poison, and the other allows various brands to be attached to your Summoned Reaper. There are many such modifiers to skills that will enable very interesting build combinations. In addition to all types of weapons, shields can also be empowered with their own Crucible trees. Here's a relatively simple low-level example. It gets a bit crazier as you approach the endgame. Speaking of the endgame, in endgame Crucible encounters, you'll occasionally find igneous geodes, currency items that can be cracked open to reveal a primeval remnant. This is a map-like item that grants access to the Forge of the Titans, the culmination of your Crucible journey. These primeval remnants always generate as rare items.
So a new map?
Half of their mods are upsides and half are downsides. The upsides generally increase the rewards of the area or add special crafting options. For example, causing monsters to drop divination cards or magmatic ore, a form of tradable itemized Crucible tree experience. The downsides are quite punitive compared to most endgame maps. Ideally, you want to find a primeval remnant that is really rewarding upsides alongside downsides you can handle. If you don't think you'll survive a visit to the Forge of the Titans, trade the remnant away to someone else and gamble on cracking open another geode. If you survive and manage to reach the end of the area, you'll find the aforementioned forge, which allows you to merge Crucible trees on 2 items together. The way this process works is that you provide 2 items of the same class. For example, a pair of bows, a pair of shields, or a pair of one-hand axes. One of these items will be melted down and applied to the other, which will keep its regular properties. Their Crucible trees will be merged together in an unpredictable way, taking elements of each one. This is a little reminiscent of how recombinators applied to item mods, taking parts of each Crucible tree and merging them together, as well as randomly upgrading, downgrading, or mutating skills on the resultant tree. While this process can create some really powerful trees if you get skills you wanted from both items, it can also completely wreck your precious trees, so take care choosing which you risk combining. Also, like recombinators, there are ways to manipulate the system to improve your odds at getting certain outcomes. For example, any skills that have been allocated are more likely to show up in the resultant Crucible tree.
There's the charge skill. Double strike?
By default, you can only add Crucible trees to non-unique items, but it's possible to get a mod on the Forge of the Titans map that allows you to imbue a unique item with a Crucible tree, which can then be leveled up via regular Crucible encounters. To combine Crucible trees on unique items together, you'll want to find a crystalline geode and crack it open to reveal the secret higher level version of the Forge of the Titans. I probably shouldn't say too much about it, but it will let you do some interesting things with Crucible trees. There's an important thing to note about Crucible trees on unique weapons. In addition to being much harder to unlock, there's a special rule about how they can be combined. A unique weapon must be combined with another copy of the same unique weapon to merge their trees together.
Okay.
Because this destroys one copy, getting a good Crucible tree on a unique weapon makes it insanely valuable. It may also raise the trade value of all unique weapons by quite a lot, as players sacrifice them trying to create perfect Crucible trees.
Second for it to go through. It's like, oh, look,
occasionally, you'll find a Crucible passive skill tree with a special skill that indicates that the item will
so
sell
the
to
new
vendors
season in Path of Exile, it is crafting.
These vendor skills
crafting
usually occur
passive
relatively
trees for the
deeply in the
weapons.
tree, so take some effort to allocate, but usually don't block skill choices you'd make when leveling the item up for use.
So you're boosting your
the
weapons
presence
with
of these
passives.
skills presents you with an interesting
so
choice
you're
of
getting
whether you
even
want to
your
use the
shields.
item or sell it to a vendor.
You're getting
and whether you want to
boosted
spend your Crucible
or
experience
just
either revealing new trees
on your
to hunt for
weapons
good
itself.
skills,
And
leveling
it has
up
to be
items
on normal
use,
and
or leveling up items to sell.
normal, rares, and blues.
Crucible also features its own
And for the
unique items
uniques,
can
you
earn.
need to
For example,
have the
El
same
Ebon's
unique
Visage, a unique helmet, is special in
so
that
you
it's the
need
only
a
armor
copy
piece
of
other
the
than
unit
shields
to
that can
do
receive Crucible passive
it's
skill trees.
difficult to explain.
Wearing it allows you to
To
double
combine,
down on
because you
certain
can
properties that are
combine
only available
trees
through these
between
trees.
weapons and items.
There are several other unique items exclusive to Crucible for you to discover in this league. Crucible is a dual combat crafting league with a focus on encounter difficulty scaling and deep weapon customization with a power level that we have never seen before. Without a doubt, some of Path of Exile's most powerful weapons will be forged in Crucible. We can't wait to see what you manage to create. Like all recent Path of Exile expansions, Crucible includes a lot of changes with the goal of improving Path of Exile's endgame. One area we wanted to address was mobility on the Atlas passive tree. Often, you'll find yourself in a situation where you want to specialize in leagues that are on entirely different sides of the Atlas tree. Or maybe you want to focus on the type of altar that isn't near the leagues you have picked. To solve this, Path of Exile Crucible introduces Atlas gateways. These are nodes that you can allocate on the Atlas tree that allow instant travel between two locations. There are 3 pairs of gateways, each allowing travel from the left side of the tree to the right side or vice versa. Each end of the gateway consumes 1 Atlas skill point to allocate, but will potentially save you large amounts of travel points.
Nice.
In this expansion, we're targeting a couple of endgame leagues that have fallen behind other leagues on the Atlas tree. Let's start with Breach. In the live version of Path of Exile, there are 5 tiers of Breachstone. In Path of Exile Crucible, we're raising the area levels of Breachstones to a much higher baseline level. 81 for elemental ones, 82 for physical, and 83 for chaos. Now that the regular Breachstones are much higher level, we have retired charged, enriched, and pure Breachstones. They will be converted to regular ones. We have also changed how flawless Breachstones are acquired. Previously, you could only get them from Maven invitations, but we prefer access to the hardest Breach content to actually come from playing Breach. Now there are 2 ways to get flawless Breachstones, through blessings, which are now rarer as a result, and through a skill on the Atlas tree. We've also improved the pacing of Breach encounters. Previously, Breaches felt pretty good early on, but quickly tapered off in density to the point where you wanted to abandon the Breach because it just felt like not enough monsters were spawning. Our changes now keep Breaches feeling dense throughout, leaning more on the side of it feeling overwhelming towards the end of the Breach. We have also reduced the duration of Breaches so there is constant monster pressure and you can get on with your mapping sooner. There are a whole bunch of other breach changes that you can read about in the patch notes, such as changes to the Betrayal Research Safe House, Breach Scarabs, Breach Stones from Kirik missions, the Breach Harvest crafting option, the Fragment Stash tab, Divination cards, Breach unique items, Atlas passives, and so on.
Damn.
We're also revamping Abyss in a similar way. Abyssal Depths now always contain an Abyssal Lich. Previously, the prevailing gameplay was to check the loading screen art of an Abyssal Depths to see if it contained a Lich, and bail out if it didn't. Now, the Depths always contain a Lich, removing the need for this step. While the rate of encountering Abyssal Liches is unchanged, Abyssal Depths are rarer than before. However, Abysses now have a chance to spawn a Stygian Spire in place of their reward chest, which will drop all of the jewels and other items you'd normally receive, as well as a Stygian Vice. In addition, you're guaranteed to always get a 4-hole Abyss alongside your Abyssal Depths. Previously, Abyssal Depths could only spawn immediately after a single Abyssal hole, which prevented you from getting full value from the Abyss. The Lightless Legion notable passive has been replaced with a new skill which grants Stygian Spires in your maps drop items with +1 to item level. This is intended to allow players to continue to be able to obtain item level 86 Stygian Vices and other base types as a reward for specializing in Abyss. The small passives leading up to this notable passive have also been replaced. We've done a balance pass on Abyssal Lich encounters to make them more appropriately difficult relative to the current standard of endgame encounters. Abyss uniques have had some balance attention also.
No, it's the reveal. What were they talking about?
Overall, these changes should ensure you can play a wider variety of leagues in the endgame, both through being able to access them more easily and because Breach and Abyss now feel far more modern and competitive with other popular league content.
They're revamping Breach and Abyss.
A big goal of the Crucible expansion is to provide a lot of new
things
ways to
that
build
can happen
characters
in your map.
and to breathe new life into older builds. To achieve this, we're doing two things. Firstly, we have created many more interesting options for one of Path of Exile's core build systems, the passive skill tree, by overhauling many of its masteries. Secondly, we have revamped two specific Ascendancy classes. As we reviewed the masteries on Path of Exile's passive skill tree, we realized that a lot of the choices were rather bland and could be a lot more exciting. We went through the masteries one by one and tried to come up with as many interesting stats as we could, ignoring what was currently there. Once we had a short list of high quality stats, we added in the existing ones that used to be on each mastery and picked the 6 best. All of the leftover ones have been saved for later or used in places like unique items. This process was performed on approximately half of the masteries on the tree, initially targeting the ones that needed the attention the most. Previously, some masteries only had 4 options, so we've tried to increase as many as possible to 6 options.
And mostly on
We've also added a couple of new mastery types that we felt were missing. Let's look at an example, the life mastery choices. You can see some of the interesting new options, such as the ability to manipulate your low life and full life thresholds, which allows you to more effectively use the damage while on full life support and many unique
nice
items.
revamp. And it
Getting
was
a
a
large
crafting
increase to
thing.
maximum life when you have no life on your body armor not
Wanna
only
play
works
this
really
season?
well with a whole
Wanna
lot
play
of
this
unique
week?
items, but also opens up new
Next
prefix composition options for rare
next week
body
when the
armors.
season launches?
Yeah.
Here you can
next
see
Friday.
the armor and energy shield mastery has more options available than before. The other thing we focused on with this one is tying the mechanics together better. Instead of some being about armor and
Seems
some
like
being
a
about
good
energy
season.
shield, we've tried to make sure each really emphasizes having both armor and energy shield. On the Leech Mastery, we've combined the 3 increased life mana and energy shield recovery stats into one choice that affects all of them. The space
to
we've
do a
freed up has been
tanky
used to add
one
some powerful new
since
options, such as a
tanky
portion of
build.
your Leech applying instantly. The Spell Suppression Mastery also has many interesting options. Your chance to suppress spell damage becoming lucky is extremely useful before you've optimized your gear and haven't reached 100% yet. The third option rewards you for stacking more than 100% spell suppression, which previously had few benefits. Now it's something you can plan your itemization around. While looking at masteries, we noted that there were some mechanics that didn't have enough passive tree support, so we decided to add some more options and passive skill choices for those mechanics. We also wanted to grant more access to certain types of masteries in specific parts of the passive skill tree. For example, in order to allow more access to the attack mastery, we've added an attack cluster by the Templar and one between the Ranger and Shadow. We wanted to create more access to other forms of recovery such as regen and recoup, so we've added some new passive skill clusters. Note that there is now a new mastery called Recovery. We've also added more capacity for investment in certain mechanics that we felt could be improved, such as link skills, stun mitigation, and marks. These mastery improvements and passive tree changes are just some of the ones introduced in Path of Exile Crucible. We look forward to your feedback on the rest when you check out the passive skill tree next week. While going through Ascendancy classes, we identified 2 that needed work. the Saboteur and the Pathfinder. Both have been significantly changed in Path of Exile Crucible. These changes reinforce their respective identities while adding some new options to build around. The Saboteur is definitely the Ascendancy class most aligned with traps and mines, but the old version of the Saboteur made it difficult to play anything but traps or mines. The new version has more builds available, including a whole new specialization, Triggers. There are two notable passives that help with this. Like Clockwork grants you the increased cooldown recovery rate stat, which is a pretty rare one. This is great for triggered spells as it indirectly increases their damage. This notable also makes your enemies have longer cooldowns, which can be useful in certain boss fights, for example causing the Maven's memory game to occur less often. The Perfect Crime notable passive summons two trigger bots, which override the location of where a triggered spell is being cast, and instead causes it to trigger twice, once from each of their locations. The layout for the Saboteur's Trap and Mine Ascendancy passives has changed, so that there aren't separate 4-pointers for traps and mines. Now each one has a 2-pointer that is connected to the same shared 4-pointer. We have also completely reworked Bomb Specialist to be specifically tied to area damage, so it's a slightly more general skill. It both gives you some area damage as well as some defense against incoming area damage against you. The Pathfinder has been overdue for some attention, especially with recent features such as concoction skills that she could get the ability to specialize in. We also wanted the Flask-themed Ascendancy to have a proactive way of improving Life Flask usage. Master Distiller allows you to turn most of your skills into concoction-like effects. Master Surgeon now effectively gives all of your Life Flasks the Enduring effect, previously only found on Mana Flasks. Finally, both of the major Flask-themed branches now have some form of Flask Charge recovery. There are other improvements to the Pathfinder Ascendancy, such as Nature's Reprisal, now interacting with Wither to improve all forms of your Chaos damage, rather than just attack forms of it. Check out the full details in the patch notes that we'll be posting after the livestream. Path of Exile Crucible introduces 9 new Val skills. Last expansion, there was an emphasis on melee Val skills. In Crucible, we're making sure that many other types of builds get new skills to build around. Val skills let us introduce quite powerful effects that we couldn't normally give to a regular skill that can be used constantly. They also implicitly act as a buff to the underlying skill. Val Absolution upgrades one of your Sentinels of Absolution into an Apparition of Innocence.
Nice.
You can only have one apparition at once, but just check out these massive AoE skills it uses.
Innocence.
Val Arctic Armor instantly encases you in ice, preventing non-instant actions including movement, but granting massive damage reduction against hits. After a short duration, it also starts to regenerate your energy shield and mana at a fast rate. Both the damage reduction and regeneration last for a few seconds, or until you have been hit 3 times. It cannot be manually cancelled. Because this skill is instant, it's a great emergency button against dangerous boss slams, but also makes you count as being frozen, despite Arctic Armor normally making you freeze immune. Having another way to self-freeze may be of interest to a few mad scientist build creators in the community. Val Lightning Arrow fires a barrage of piercing projectiles that cause lightning to strike nearby targets whenever they hit an enemy. After a short amount of time, or when they collide with terrain, the arrows randomly change direction and continue flying. This occurs a number of times before the arrows expire. Each arrow can hit the same target once per redirect. Because the arrows travel for a set time before redirecting, rather than a set distance, projectile speed modifiers affect the distance traveled. High projectile speed lets you clear out huge areas with them, while reducing your projectile speed increases the chance of them hitting the same target multiple times. With very low projectile speed, the skill can hit a single target 20 plus times. Val Reap conjures a ring of scythes that deal damage to all enemies in a circular area. The scythes leave behind a pool of blood that deals heavy physical damage over time to enemies standing in it, and for a short duration after they leave it. Val Reap instantly grants a large number of the blood charges used by normal Reap on use, as well as temporarily higher maximum blood charge capacity, substantially powering up the regular version of the skill. Path of Exile Crucible introduces 5 other Val skills we'll reveal over the next week: Val Animate Weapon, Val Domination, Val Ice Shot, Val Rejuvenation Totem, and Val Firestorm.
Val Firestorm?
This expansion also introduces more than 10 new unique items. There are 3 in particular I'd like to show you today. Blood Price is a unique helmet that has a new effect, reserving enemy maximum life. This does exactly what it implies, causing nearby enemies to start at 92% maximum life. While this increases your clear speed against all enemies, it's especially useful against bosses. The helmet's drawback is that it reduces your maximum life, but provides decent life regeneration and block and stun recovery to counteract this. Tainted Pact is an amulet that causes chaos damage over time to heal you while you're leeching life. While the amulet provides a decent amount of life leech itself, it'll certainly require a few tricks to unlock its full potential. Widow Hail is a unique bow that is different from any other bow in Path of Exile. As a weapon, it does basically no base damage and doesn't grant any stats of its own, but it does dramatically increase the power of mods provided by your quiver. Needless to say, this could produce some pretty ridiculous outcomes with good rare or unique quivers. We'll reveal some of the other new uniques over the coming week. Ruthless is a game mode that we released alongside the Sanctum expansion late last year. It's designed around extreme item scarcity and is challenging because you're constantly behind the item power curve. So far it has found a very passionate audience of players who love how rewarding item drops feel in such an austere environment. We have some small improvements to Ruthless and Path of Exile Crucible. Firstly, Eternal Orbs are back in Ruthless. These are an extremely powerful currency item that allows you to imprint an item and restore it if you're unhappy with the result of crafting. We disabled these game-wide 7 years ago because they were far too powerful when combined with all of the different crafting options Path of Exile offered at the time. Ruthless does not have the base game's crafting feature set, so we have enabled Eternal Orbs to drop in Ruthless, albeit extremely rarely. Ruthless now has its own set of challenges to complete. Like the ones in early Path of Exile, there are a total of 8, and they're very difficult. Like we've done in the past, we're hosting a boss kill event at the start of the Crucible Challenge League. It'll be held in Ruthless Hardcore Solo Self-Found and will require you to kill both the Uber Searing Exarch and the Uber Eater of Worlds, making it by far the hardest event we have ever run. The first place winner will get to work with our design team to add a new unique item to Path of Exile. They'll also receive a transferable Ultra VIP ticket to ExileCon in July. If they aren't able to attend or already have a ticket, then they are allowed to sell this one as they see fit. Second and third place finishers will receive a transferable VIP ticket to ExileCon that can also be sold at their discretion. If you'd like to enter the event, just create a character in Ruthless Hardcore Solo Self-Found on launch day. Best of luck to everyone. On the weekend of July 29 to 30 New Zealand time, which is July 28 to 29 for much of the rest of the world, we're going to be hosting ExileCon 2023 in Auckland, New Zealand. While tickets to the in-person event are very hard to get, we'll be streaming the entire event for free. At ExileCon, we'll reveal our latest updates on Path of Exile 2, Path of Exile Mobile, and the next Path of Exile 1 expansion. Make a note in your calendar, tell your friends, and don't miss it. The second day of the Path of Exile livestream culminates in a competitive race event between some of Path of Exile's best players. In order to select the 4 competitors, we're going to run qualifier events during the months of April and May. The winner of each event will receive a VIP ExileCon ticket, return flights to Auckland and accommodation, and will compete in the race event live on stage. All 4 qualifiers in the final event will be run on the 3.21 version of Path of Exile, which has received a fair amount of early game balance work that will change the racing meta quite a lot. You'll be able to read more in the patch notes. Once 3.21 releases next week, you'll be able to solve the new meta, practice hard, compete in the qualifier events, and hopefully win your place on stage in July. Alongside Path of Exile Crucible, we're introducing a few new types of microtransactions. An example I wanted to describe today is that of mannequins. These are hideout decorations that you can place to show off sets of microtransactions you have assembled. You can equip them with your spare micros and pose them in various ways. It's also possible to swap your entire outfit with a mannequins one, which lets you easily store micro sets to be retrieved later. Other new microtransactions coming up include wrapping paper, which lets you gift wrap items to hand to other players, or even drop in town for random people to pick up. Today we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Crucible League, and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Lithomancer series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yeah.
The Tunnel Bear isn't just adorable, he will also take the place of the Crawler in Delves, lighting your surroundings and laying down cables. Apparently, this is what happens when your bear gets into a kilo of sulfite. Might explain what happened to Nico. The Ring of the Demon Slayer attempts to exorcise rare and unique demons when you hit them. The souls of defeated demons are banished to the depths below. The ancient stone of the Lithomancer's armor set crumbles when you take damage, revealing the crimson core inside. The stone reforms if you haven't taken damage recently. A sip from the ancestral granite flask causes a Karui ancestor to appear and surround you in protective wards. The ancestral portal encases you in molten armor when you travel through it.
Warrior.
The summoned Karui ancestor rallies you to battle and honestly seems to have an unhealthy obsession with combat.
Go forth and conquer.
Ever want to practice running away from volatiles? The gunpowder foot attachment straps explosives to your legs, dispersing lit gunpowder behind you. Be careful, you can only outrun it for so long before it catches up.
That's cool.
The Enchanter Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Parrot of Exile pet parrots your exile. We'll just let it speak for itself.
It would be wrong to do that here.
Wrong! I need more mana.
Drinking from the bottled storm Jade Flask encases you in a surging tornado, churning up the ground in your wake. If you stand perfectly still while wearing the enchanted armor set, it will attract butterflies to flutter around you. Be careful not to disturb them. Sick of high-fiving giant purple appendages? The Ritualist's Breach Ring visually transforms breaches you find into occult summoning circles.
Whoa.
The Enchanter's Crafting Bench replaces the normal crafting bench in your hideout with a suite of tools fit for a master artisan. The various crafting stations burst into life as you use them.
Nice.
If you've ever wanted to remind your character who's really in charge, the Puppeteer's back attachment has you covered. It truly is the sinister presence pulling the strings. These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase. Purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Forge and Gemling packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Crucible League, so now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you for your continued support. We're about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. After that, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile Crucible. As we approach release next week, our community team will post Crucible's challenges, information on how to update your item filters, more skill gem details, and information on how to prepare for Crucible's launch. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kerrick's Vault Pass, which can be purchased with points and has a new free track available. Thanks for joining the stream today and checking out Path of Exile Crucible. We can't wait to forge some powerful weapons with you next week.
The fuck?
The Q&A will start shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I am stuck. What the fuck? This is not good. Damn it. That's kind of nice. Let me see. The Subaru pack of the Puppeteer, the High Enchanter, doesn't have a portal, eh?
For thousands of years, Greeks have been perfecting
Damn
yogurt
it.
with its thick text.
Fucking ad. me check my my drop. Almost there. Oops. Interesting. The bear one seems very interesting.
You tell them that they're not going to get paid, and then all of a sudden, oh look, they're actually heard it. Well, no, it's on
We're almost done with the quests. Unless it doesn't let me. Because I bug out. Waiting for the Q&A, but seems interesting for the battle items. I know that I'm gonna probably do a Cyclone or something. I love Cyclone. I'm gonna check something. Isn't there a dragon thing here? Yeah, I wanna check. Handless. This one. That's it. Okay. You having trouble?
G'day Exiles, Ziggity here. Welcome back. I'm joined here once again by Chris Wilson. How you going this morning, Chris?
Yeah,
Going
that's thanks. Thanks for
hosting. That was a pretty spicy, hot reveal stream. The final one before ExileCon and the last reveal apart from ExileCon's reveal for POE 1 potentially?
Yeah, well, we'll be having basically during the keynote for ExileCon, obviously we'll be dumping all the juicy Path of Exile 2 info, but after that we'll have essentially the Path of Exile 1 322 expansion livestream taking place from the main stage there.
The ending of an era. It's kind of bittersweet. A decade of Path of Exile action at this point coming to a close, but moving into Path of Exile 2, obviously very exciting. So we won't be probing into that too much here because that is for ExileCon. So for now, let's talk a bit about Crucible. Has there been any reference to Titans and this very early stage of Rayclestian history before now, or is this kind of new ground that you folks are exploring this time around?
We like to come up with a mixture of taking something that's referenced and then expanding on it. And I don't want to spoil too much of the investigation of where this is referenced in the game, but We recommend looking into the Red Blade Warbands faction. That's a good breadcrumb place to pick up.
The lore experts can begin their investigations
Get
there.
it now.
So the main feature, I think, of Crucible is the power that it's offering players here. How much power is there in Crucible, and are there any drawbacks to that power?
Well, you can definitely view this as pretty strict power creep on weapons. Let's just say that. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there haven't been Path of Exile weapons this powerful before. So you're not sacrificing anything by having a weapon tree on the weapon. It's just purely upside. But many of the individual skills do come with their own downsides, and you can choose whether to allocate those or not. And so on a weapon by weapon and skill by skill basis, you're definitely going to have to make decisions about what's best for your build.
When it comes to designing like power that has drawbacks versus doesn't have drawbacks, how do you decide which route to go?
We feel that having hard decisions about weapons and build choices and skill use is really interesting. It causes you to have to adjust your build around drawbacks. We don't really want to make a game where you linearly just get the ability to kill monsters more quickly without having to think. We like the idea of finding a choice you can make where you're like, like this will increase my power, but I have to work around something else. Like potentially there's a skill that increases your fire damage, but makes it so that you have slightly lower fire resistance. Not a large drawback to work around, but it pauses you for a second and causes you to think, where can I get the resistance elsewhere? Now, I want to emphasize many of the skills here don't have drawbacks. This isn't like, say, Scourge, where there's a corresponding drawback to every single one. It's just the case that for the powerful ones, we've put drawbacks on them so that there's a decision that you have to make. And it's typically the ones near the end of the trees that have the drawbacks, and so they don't really block your choices very much early on.
Yeah, it feels like a big difference compared to Scourge in that regard. But I've always thought power creep is good when it's interesting, when it offers you like different decisions and an interesting extra layer of customization. Do you have any more like most ridiculously powerful Crucible trees or nodes that you've seen in testing so far?
There are some pretty cool combos. For example, if you found a skill that dramatically increases your cast speed at the cost of lowering your damage, then you may want to use, say, Summon Raging Spirits, because then your increased cast speed means you're casting way more of them, doing a lot more damage, and the decrease to your damage doesn't affect the damage of your Raging Spirits, so in that case you completely bypass that drawback and get something that's better value. We've also got some quite interesting conditional skills. Ones like, there's one I believe that grants movement speed if your dexterity is lower than 100. And so if you're able to make a build that doesn't have 100 dexterity, like for example, you're just pure intelligence or pure strength, then you can easily take advantage of just a free movement speed boost.
I wonder what the option is for low int characters. Could something like this ever go core in Path of Exile, or is it just too powerful? Like it seems, I look at this and I think, no way is that going core.
We intentionally do not have any discussions internally about whether something's going core until we've let people actually play the league and get some feedback on it, because it's premature if we think, yeah, this can go core and then everyone hates it, or vice versa, then that's an issue. So we throw it out there, see what people think. When we do integrate leagues with the base game, we typically do make changes to make them appropriate for integration, like one of the many topics for this coming year is what are we doing about Sanctum, for example? And certainly there's discussion there about how we would make Sanctum appropriate for base game integration if it is going core.
With these items having these Crucible trees and everything, maybe the league doesn't go core, but these will go to standard in some capacity. Will they work in standard? How will that work?
They will work in standard, yes. So you can rip them from hardcore to standard right away.
Yeah, it's gonna be good fun.
It's worth noting you can't level them up or allocate nodes any further in standard. Like you probably want to get the tree allocated correctly before you do ref it to standard. But yeah, you can use those skills over there.
I imagine there's a lot of experimentation as well, because you potentially want to, like, looking at the end game of this is to level up multiple different weapons, selecting the best nodes, and then combining them together until you get like a blend of your perfect ideal nodes. And I imagine that could take a while to get the perfect one.
Certainly, yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff that can happen that we learned from recombinators. So there's quite a big grind to get perfect stuff. And then when you're looking at it on uniques, for example, the grind is even larger. Like we're really excited to some extent about how the concept of, let's say you want to have a like Starforge or something that's got the best tree on it. How would you actually do that? And it requires quite a concerted effort from most of the community of online players to achieve that, but it's possible.
Now, can you respec or change those Crucible node allocations?
Yeah, if a skill has been allocated, like as in you've chosen the skill, you've got all the experience towards it, you're gaining the benefit from it, and so on, then you can scour it with an orb of scouring. So that will unallocate that last node there.
Oh.
And then for the ones that you're working towards that you haven't allocated yet, you can instead retarget the effects, the efforts of the next Crucible encounter you do towards a different node. And I wish I had a graph up so I could demonstrate it. But essentially, if I'm halfway through leveling up to one of the two choices I have at a certain intersection, and I instead want to work towards the other one, I can just freely swap across. And
Weakling, you need a mortal to defend you. Abominations, both of you, and you will perish here, cold and alone.
He is not alone.
He arrived!
You have failed, Aspect. You will soon learn that killing you would have been a mercy. Now you can watch your empire collapse alongside your false queen.
because they're not getting to enjoy the the main hand weapon damage they're getting from this. They can obviously still craft a shield or various unique items.
Yeah. Now, are Crucibles, like these passives, specific to weapon types? I assume bows and melee weapons will have different nodes because they want different things. But what about like swords compared to axes, or minion ones compared to non-minion ones?
Yeah, so essentially weapon types do have mod restrictions. So the examples you give are reasonable. The bows and melee weapons have different ones. Minion ones, caster ones, bows all have their own special passives. I believe in Path of Exile there isn't a lot of direct difference between swords and axes that would cause there to be many skill differences here. So those ones are very similar, but we have tried to make sure it's all sensible. You're not going to get stuff on a weapon that's irrelevant to that weapon.
Great. Will that unique Crucible helmet, the Elabin's Visage, just have a mixture of everything, or how does that work?
That one gets shield ones.
Oh, okay. So shield probably, I assume, then has a more defensive oriented.
Yeah, I believe that it gets shield ones, but it can't give you like static local block and various other bits and pieces that wouldn't work very well.
Now, on unique items, once you add a Crucible tree to a unique item in the Primeval Remnant map, can you progress the tree and unlock nodes in regular Crucible content encounter, or do you have to keep doing the maps?
You can unlock nodes the regular way. So basically, doing that map, if you get the mod on it that enables you to put a Crucible tree on a unique, and I should add that's a moderately common mod, but certainly requires you to get lucky and get it, then you've kind of unlocked the ability for that unique to then have a tree that's explorable. At that point, you can then just go back to regular content in your regular endgame maps and level it up. It's only when you need to get a second copy of that unique unlocked and or do combining that you need to go back to the Primeval Remnant maps.
Now, viewers are always looking for clever ways around the system. I saw one that was if you take a item that already has a Crucible tree and chance it into a unique, does that bypass the Primeval map requirement? Or are you locked from doing that?
It does.
Oh, okay, there you go. Chance orbs going up.
Any solution here that involves more gambling from the players is happy with us.
Okay. Now we have some chat questions on these topics as well. So Crucible interaction with mirrored and corrupted items. Can you do anything with those, or are they locked out?
Okay, so there's some fun stuff you can do in the higher tier version of the endgame map, the one that's really hard to get. And an example here, and we don't want to spoil too much, but an example, I believe, is that there is a mod which enables you to use, is it a mod or a base property?
It's a mod on the map item.
Right, a mod on the map item that enables you to interact with corrupted items, for example. And so there are exceptions that you can bypass. I still believe you cannot do anything with mirrored items, right?
No, but if you mirror an item, it copies the tree.
Yeah, so mirroring an item does copy the tree, but once you've got the item mirrored, it's unmodifiable.
Okay, will you, this is a question I think for Ruthless, will you be able to imprint Crucible trees?
Yes, I don't see why not.
All right.
Oh,
cool.
interesting.
Will Dancing Dervish benefit from the passive tree while the item is disabled? This is kind of feeds into questions like about energy blades and things like that as well, where you've got weird contextual changes in how a weapon is used and classified.
We certainly had bugs related to putting energy blades in the Crucible. That was a fun time. Yeah, the answer-
Always.
that was pretty-
Always.
Energy bites doesn't work. I'm not sure about it.
Yeah. We'll have to look into it. I mean, I'm certain the QA team have gone through everything and fixed it all, but that wasn't percolated up to me. But we'll make sure the sensible outcome applies.
Talking now about trade a bit, how will trading items with Crucible trees work? Will you be able to search for nodes on the trade site?
We are trying to get that functionality, but it's worth noting the way that this works is the trade site is put together by one of our staff members who's very busy, and he only gets the copy of the league to go and do the trade site stuff like yesterday kind of situation. So he has a week to get Crucible support working, and so we're working on it. It's difficult in this case. We normally can easily, within a week, sort out any itemization stuff that came from a league, and in this case, it's quite complicated, as you can imagine. So we have no promises there, but yeah, of course, we wanted to work on the trade side. And it's worth noting we do have an API, so if the public want to take the API and implement it better than us or faster than us, they're welcome to do so. But in the meantime, yeah, we'll try to get it up, and we want it so that people can easily identify certain nodes and trade for the items. And my expectation is that it will probably be straightforward to find items with a specific node, but doing complicated searches involving combinations of nodes and other stuff will certainly not be possible initially. And so I think that the worst case scenario is players are going to be able to find a bunch of items with a node that they're looking for and then manually examine them to work out which one they actually want to trade for. And that's not a terrible compromise. In fact, it's personally how I prefer it to work, so the trade is a bit sticky.
I know. The poor developer, though, I imagine this is quite the nightmare on the web dev front.
Yeah,
But, I hope they
pretty
take
sure
our
to-
energy and Path of Building also take our energy.
I'm getting Gravelion
Now,
at the same
magnetic
time.
ore was something that
While
was kind
I'm
of just subtly
watching this.
referenced in there. It was said to be a way of having tradable, itemized,
Hopefully, give me the
Crucible-themed
lariat.
experiences. Hilarious comment. Can you
Oh,
tell us
oh.
anything more about what these are and what
Give
they
me
do?
nothing.
Right, so it's Crucible Tree experience rather than experiences, which means you gain experience for the tree that you've got. So you consume the magmatic ore, and it levels up your item as though you'd done encounters. And so it's worth noting, this is not meant to be the efficient way to level up items, right? It's certainly not the case that people are going to bypass the encounters and just go and trade for these and they never have to actually play. This is a really inefficient way of doing it, but it is possible. If you're currency rich and time poor and need to find a way to get that last bit of experience, then this is a way to do that. It's kind of like a faceter's lens being a single use item that grants the experience. And I suspect that, it's obviously going to be priced in the economy based on how useful it is, but at the end of the day, it's not going to be the primary way that you level these items up.
Right, gotcha. I mean, I feel like if there's a way of efficiently playing the game by not playing the game, someone will figure it out. In general.
Yeah, it's dangerous for us to add, but we do like the idea of a limited amount of tradability here, and there's various ways to get it as well, which is interesting. Like there's cell nodes on the trees, as we call them, the ones that you can vend. You can vend the item to get some. There's mods on the endgame maps, and it helps a bit because when we were designing the endgame map, we didn't want the individual monsters you're fighting there to work towards leveling up a Crucible item when you're already expected to bring multiple Crucible items in with you in order to combine the trees together.
Right. Those nodes that allow you to vendor items for different rewards, it's a clever solution to the problem of why engage with the mechanic if you don't have an item that you actively want to forge right now. So how often do you find these nodes, and are they always substantial rewards, or are they some smaller ones as well, like a few alks or a Chaos Orb?
It's worth noting, we believe that people always will have items they want to forge, and the goal of these vendor nodes is to tempt them away from that. Like at any stage, you could be working towards making the best item on the realm, but instead, oh, there's a divine orb if I just sink in a bunch of encounters into getting that. And so it's a job well done of these nodes if you are sitting there getting, currency rather than actually making the most broken items. Having said that, we suspect people will work out the value of the broken items and realize those are worth going for. In terms of how often you find them, they're mostly in the end game, and they're not too common. Like, you're not going to be sitting there with a stash full of them trying to, just swim in currency. But at the same time, you'll probably have access if you need one and you don't have a thing you particularly want to focus on at the moment. It's just so encounters don't feel entirely wasted. There are also some cool little tricks and combos that we aren't going to delve into, but it's worth having a look at that. In terms of what types of currency, It's various currency, starting at mid-tier stuff. If you do find things like Chaos Orbs, they'll be in larger quantity, and you'll have to do the math of basically how much experience am I getting versus what the currency payoff is versus what other opportunities I have for my time at the moment. And, you know, it'll be straightforward to work out which ones you're wanting to do and which ones you're wanting to trade away.
On the maps side of thing, how rare are those like geodes that you can crack to get those maps, the like end game content of this?
So there's 2 tiers, and it's worth noting the acquisition here is subtly different than the way we normally do these maps. Like, these are always rare, and they come through this stacked deck like currency item, which is the geode that you crack open. And because it comes through the currency item, your ability to find rare items doesn't affect the rate that you find these. Like, you're getting just currency essentially to get them. And then there's the the unwrapping experience of seeing what the mods are on it. Now, the lower tier one is something you'll certainly play in maps often, right? Like, it's, you know, you're not finding it every map. Maybe you're not even finding it every 4 or 5 maps, but you are finding it pretty commonly. So you're getting a lot of access to combining trees together. The higher tier one, on the other hand, is harder to get because that lets you do some really interesting stuff. So that one is certainly pitched quite a lot rarer than the first one.
And you're being pretty coy on these maps and what they entail and what the higher version does now.
And this is for a few reasons, right? Like, first of all the rates I'm talking about here, like, they're changing in this last week. This last week is the point where we massage it from being this works and is cool into a fine machine that works perfectly with the right, you know, economic implications and so on. We're starting the alpha shortly, like, you know, in 10 minutes kind of thing. And that's going to give us really good feedback there. We've got a week of iteration now that everything is working and great, and so things will change. There will be more mods added, there'll be mods removed. And so if I go into too much detail of listing every mod, it's just going to be wrong a week from now when we've had time to really hone it.
Fair enough. Let's talk a bit about the challenge of this league. So, the longer you channel the Crucible Forge in a map encounter, the more dangerous it becomes. What makes the monsters dangerous here?
So, as you channel it, more monsters are spawned, and they combine into larger, more impactful monsters. So, higher tier monsters here, we've got an internal tiering system. The higher tier monsters are generally more likely to be magic, rare, or unique. And the longer you channel, the more damage and damage reduction every monster gets. Also, more difficult encounters are more rewarding. So generally speaking, play the hardest encounters you can. But it's worth noting, and this is an interesting question, everyone comes up with, is there a button I can click to bypass the channeling and just have the hardest difficulty encounter, right? Fair enough, no one likes having to wait a few seconds, but it's worth noting the hardest difficulty encounter will probably smear you to the wall. We want, and this may be wishful thinking because some Path of Exile players are very capable, but we're trying very hard to make it so that the highest difficulty encounters are significantly harder than League content that you may have accidentally run into in the past. Now, of course, you don't need to max it out like that. Maybe only do that if you have ridiculous twink items or something. We are also trying to signal this in the UI. This wasn't shown in the video, but we are having kind of like a temperature concept where the harder it's getting, the more you see the UI getting a bit angry at you. And so you know, I can generally handle about this amount of difficulty, and you've got an idea of where your character falls on the scale. You're certainly going to want to go as hard as you can, but our goal here when designing these risk versus reward leagues is to kill your character. We want to set it up so you overcommit and get nothing, because that way you'll learn your abilities and it's a little less gifty than if we just had every encounter succeedable.
It's like Metamorph all over again with players putting sticks in their own front tires and being like, oh no, why have I crashed? Oh. Cool.
Yes.
On that note then, what happens if you fail a Crucible encounter? Is there some risk-reward aspect here, just outside of dying?
You only get the Crucible tree experience if you complete the encounter, but your item is not at risk. We went moderately safe with that. So essentially, if you make an encounter that's too hard, you might lose experience on your main character or lose your hardcore character or something if you die. But realistically, the only thing you're practically missing out on is finishing the encounter to get the experience.
I noticed on the Primeval Remnant map teaser, there was a mod, players cannot suppress spell damage. I know the intention is to make these maps very challenging, but how do you approach making monsters harder versus disabling aspects of builds or hampering the player when it comes to designing difficulty?
So the mods on the maps are meant to be very dangerous. Like, we picked mods here that are like Expedition Remnants almost. Like, we want something that's very challenging. But you get fewer of them than on a regular map because half of them are upsides. So 6 modded map here has 3 upsides, 3 downsides. And the downside ones, some of them will raise the difficulty of the monsters, usually by a bunch, and some of them will hamper your build's defenses or potentially make your build not work in the map. But it's worth noting that stuff like spell suppression is more of a hampering your defenses than saying you can't kill monsters. So certainly going into a no spell suppression map when you rely on it takes away one of your defensive attributes. Like, be careful about that. But it's not necessarily completely breaking it for you. You're going to have to make decisions about which to play. And we strongly prefer that way of designing it. If we have to make it so that every map is playable on every character without really imposing any difficulty, then it just becomes a bit of mush. And so, in this case, you will occasionally open a geode, look forward to doing the map, and realize it's better for your friend to do it, and maybe you'll trade with one that you can do. And if you're playing an SSF and don't have the ability to trade, then you just have to make decisions about whether you run it or don't run it as the other option, or run it carefully, or make another character and play that character in that map to get value from it, and so on and so on.
All right. I always have to ask, party play, how does it work in Crucible?
So it fully works in a party. Everyone gets experience.
Ooh.
Basically, you must channel an item at the encounter at least a little bit to be rewarded for it. So there's the molten circle, as you've seen, and basically the players step inside and you choose an item and channel it. And all the channeling makes the encounter harder and more rewarding and so on. And as long as you've contributed at least a second of channeling or whatever, you're going to be taking part in it. Once anyone who is channeled steps outside of the molten ring, a countdown starts which will trigger the encounter. And it's worth noting that throughout maps, that means you can fully engage with these without any problem or loss. Like, sure, maybe, some annoying party member will make the encounter way too hard for everyone, but they have the ability to do that elsewhere in the game too. In endgame maps, each map only allows the map owner to use its crafting benches. So one geode equals one map equals one craft. You can bring your friends, they can get stuff from it, but they can't use that craft unless they contributed the map.
Solo play.
Some more questions from chat. How does item level and map tier affect Crucible? Can I quarry farm item level 86 weapons, they ask?
All right.
Low-level areas have way less Crucible experience.
So low-level areas give quite a lot less Crucible experience. There's an exponential curve on that to encourage you. Like, if you're playing somewhere 10 levels under you, you're certainly going to have a much better time just doing it in the maps that you're playing. Any other aspects that are worth mentioning?
Item level affects how much experience are required to level up.
That's true. So the item level does affect experience costs for hitting certain skills. And of course, I believe that certain skills are gated behind certain levels as well, right? You really do want to be playing higher level stuff. Like, maybe there's some niche place where you can get access to a certain skill and it isn't too expensive to get it and you can quarry farm more efficiently, but you're kind of wasting your time doing that compared to just playing the maps that... In an old version of Path of Exile, where map scarcity was more of a thing, like in, say, Ruthless, where it's actually hard to play maps because it economically destroys you to play too many, then fair enough, quarry farming might be a more reasonable strategy. But I think that in contemporary mainline Path of Exile, you're wasting your time if you're spending too long in the quarry here.
Now, the mobs that you spawn with the channeling of the Crucible, are these different to normal mobs, or are they enhanced versions of regular mobs? And either way, are they something that you can turn into a Spectre, for example? Summoner players would like to know.
There's a few questions there. So they are actually themed around the properties of the item, which is interesting. Like, there's a light correlation between what you've got on the item you're channeling. This is some subtlety here, but they are special. And in general, for these leagues, we try to draw monsters from the pool that are in the area, or at least, the models of those monsters, just for memory reasons and so on. Is there anything else that's special about these monsters here, aside from the fact that they're quite a lot harder if you make the encounter hard?
Yeah, they have new skills. And they are spectrable.
Yeah, so all spectrable, all have new skills. There is essentially a separate set of Crucible monsters.
None of that is what I expected.
I actually personally underestimated how important new monsters are for league design. Like, we've done a lot of these leagues, like 38 or 39. And if you sat me in a room alone without any other devs and got me to list what goes into a league, I'd forget new monsters. But a lot of people here realize it's critical to have it so the texture of the moment-to-moment combat with monsters does feel different than the rest of the game in a league. And so that's been quite interesting as something that it honestly took me a lot of years of development of Path of Exile before I realized how important that was.
You said the modifiers on the item affect what monsters spawn. That's such a, clever nuance.
Tree modifiers, the tree that you're leveling up. You'll see what we mean. It's not a big deal. It's just cute.
I mean, that's what I mean. That's really cute. It's a cute detail, a nuance that I wouldn't have expected. Neat.
I know we're rushed to make these expansions in the cycle time we have, but we do get time to finesse the details. And interestingly, this cycle has been 17 weeks, so we've had a few extra weeks to get it right. And yeah, I don't mean to prematurely curse anything, but we're actually looking in a pretty good place quality-wise. Like, the number of issues we have open in our tracker and the stress on the team is significantly lower than it has been at various points. Like, I think yesterday, when we're at the point where we would in the past have had 250 open issues, we're at 87 by my count. And so, I'm not seeing overtime being done outside of a little bit of preparation for the live stream the last few evenings. And so that's looking pretty good. I think that, like the incursion launch, we're going to be hitting it with like a bit of time to spare and make sure everything's good.
That's excellent to hear. And
Yeah.
details like that, nuances like
It's in
that as
1
well.
week, so
I think
that'll
that
be good.
really add to the like flavor of it. You know, this weapon that you've been working on for a while is going to feel different to craft than a different weapon in a subtle way that you might not even put your finger on. And that's quite cool. So let's move on to a League revamps topic now. So the Breach revamp, I feel, is actually a really clever way of dealing with the issue of like old content bloat, or of the game being too overwhelming for new players. Revamp older content, shift it up to a higher level where it's discovered later and less likely to overwhelm those newer players. Now, was this the intention here, or just a happy side effect?
It's a happy side effect, but one that we definitely acknowledge. So the basic way that the Breach revamp happened was we started by saying, man, there are a lot of splinters in Breach, and it feels crap to click on every splinter, and they kind of are worthless because you're working towards a Breach Stone when you pick up a bunch of them, and that Breach Stone is going to be lower level than you are right now. Like, you're not going to care about that Breach Stone. You're going to want to upgrade it multiple times before you can run it. So how do we fix this? We thought, wouldn't it be cool if splinters were rarer, so they're impactful and there's less clicks, and they actually led to something immediately good? And so we realized, oh look, let's take breach stones and just like bump them up a bunch of levels and basically make breach stones themselves valuable, because in their current form it's like based around an old version of Path of Exile. And then we realized we can just remove 3 tiers of breach stones in this case, and we just cascaded the chain of tidy ups from there until eventually breach is pitched at way more impactful, you know, tighter than before, higher power level, more valuable splinters, and that's where we ended up.
Will you still have to do things like click breach hands in the thick of combat and like pick up those kind of scattered drops afterwards?
Yes, you do. And we think that clicking chests during the hectic combat with the chests vanish at the end is actually part of the fun of Breach. Like, here is a glimpse into another world where monsters are rushing in from all directions. What can you get? Can you
That's
kill them in
true.
time? Can you get the
It
chests?
is
Blah,
true.
blah, blah.
It's fun.
It's part of the challenge of the short flash encounter here is to get as many items you can through whatever means. And so we didn't want to make it so it automatically gives you your entitlement of chest items at the end. Now, picking up scattered items is annoying. I get that, right? There's no, you know, this is not an intentional thing that we're trying to make the player have to run around afterwards and look to see if stuff drops. But we didn't find any good solutions that solved all cases, right? Like, during this process, there wasn't an easy way of sorting that out that fit in with the other changes we're making. But we're going to keep an eye out on feedback. It's certainly something we're open to changing in the future if we find a good solution.
The Abyss revamp looks great. I don't really have any specific questions about that one. Maybe chat will. But can we hope to see similar quality passes on more dated things in the future? Like, for example, Harbinger, maybe?
Yeah, it's very likely. No promises though on when. Like, for 322, we haven't scoped out what endgame improvements are looking like yet, so it could well include Harbinger, or definitely not, and we don't know yet.
And back to that kind of initial question, which was the idea of like content bloat or things being a bit overwhelming for new players. Is this something that you guys recognize as a major issue, especially in the lead up to Path of Exile 2 with a bunch of new players on the way potentially?
We're always aware of the fact that Path of Exile is a complicated game with a lot of stuff going on, and your point about raising the level of breach to take it away from, you know, your introduction to maps is very valid. It becomes a thing where you know Path of Exile pretty well by the point that it's introduced, and it's difficult towing the line between how to describe this. It's difficult towing the line between lots of content being available and content being introduced at a slow pace. One of our competitive advantages versus other action RPGs is the fact we have a vast library of old content that's fleshed out. But on the other hand, that can be a problem because for new players, when they have to understand 20 complicated systems or 50 complicated systems,
They don't get it.
It's sometimes easier to play other games that require less learning.
Yeah.
So we're trying to make sure that many of these do actually feel pretty optional, and you get them, you know, it's no problem for them to learn how Breach works several weeks into playing, potentially.
A bunch of people are also asking if there's any news on Ultimatum.
We have mentioned in the past that we have a plan for Ultimatum. That plan is definitely still happening, but not part of 321.
Fair enough. I'll just check every time until.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be announced at ExileCon.
Maybe.
Okay. Is Ritual being looked at for improvement? It got hit pretty bad due to the removal of +1 monster level watchstones. This is a question from chat.
It hasn't been discussed yet, but as I mentioned, we haven't worked out the next set of endgame improvements, so fair enough. It'll be on the list to look at.
Is there any plans to change Blight Atlas Tree notables? Half of them are there to guarantee Blight events when there's already Sextons and Scarabs.
We actually did some a pretty deep look at Blight on the Atlas tree a few months ago, and there were some inconsistencies we wanted to tidy up. Again, I can't promise that's in scope for 322, but yeah, it certainly is something that we probably need to evaluate.
All right. Talking a bit about now masteries and ascendancies, is there's some pretty big announcements there. One in particular that like really impressed me was the life mastery that gives 15% life if your body armor has no life on it. That kind of feels like a game changer in some ways. Body armor has always had really fierce competition, and whether something has life or not is a big part of the like evaluation there. So I really like this design overall, but we do have some unique items that have 5 to 10% increased life, and I imagine that might feel like a bit of a bummer if you want to use one of those.
Well, in that case, you save yourself a passive point, and you get to, go pick a different mastery, and there are some powerful ones to pick instead.
That's true, a lot of the other ones.
We're
Awesome.
not intending to go and remove life off those because of the presence of the mastery. That would feel pretty mandatory.
That'd be such a funny way to solve that problem.
Yes.
Find that no life. Now this constellation style design that like makes up for a shortfall feels like kind of new ground here, and it might have some potential use cases in other areas. Like for example, the idea of 20% increased movement speed if your boots don't have movement speed. Is this something you'd consider expanding out with in other areas?
It's currently just on the life mastery. I mean, we've got other interesting new designs on the other masteries, of course, and it is a possibility for later, but we want to be careful with this one because, like in the boots case, for example, I worry that soon you'd pick, the masteries that make your gear good, and then it doesn't really matter what your items are, as long as you, for the love of God, don't roll that movement speed or life. And that's kind of against most of how people are trained to create items in Path of Exile. So we're experimenting with body armors with life, but other things follow normal rules for a while.
Yeah, it is. It does seem kind of like an experimental thing because you're right. Like it could go the other way to what you want, where it's like warping perceptions of items in unpleasant ways potentially. So interesting. I'll be keen to see how this one goes then. A lot of the other masteries look really impactful as well. I was pretty surprised to see instant leech after that being such an issue in the past. For example, a lot of people have been hoping for like a meta shakeup in terms of changing skills specifically, but here we're getting like a bunch of new Val skills obviously have an impact, and then like all of these masteries and passive changes and stuff like that. Now, what factors kind of go into deciding whether you want to rebalance a skill or the other things like gear and passives around a build, rather?
So
good question.
regarding the meta shakeup,
What gives you a
we
priority
could,
between
at any
skills?
point, go and pick a bunch of skills and alter their damage values and so on. And we've done that in the past, and it hasn't really been as impactful as we wanted. Often what will happen if we buff things that are underused is people don't immediately notice, and then a while later someone stumbles across it, and that doesn't immediately cause the feeling of a new meta that people wanted. It feels like the same meta even though there's stuff they haven't found. And so we wanted to try in this case leaving the skills alone for the most part. I mean, there's skill balance. You'll read it in the patch notes in a little while. But for the most part, a lot of the changes come from the fact that broadly, many of the masteries have been changed. 2 specific ascendancies have been changed. You've got a lot of new Val skills for many, many different builds. And the masteries in particular have a big impact here because they're right in your face when you're doing your tree planning. You certainly see all of these interesting new ways of building. Like an example is, let's look at stun for a second, right? Previously, everything to do with stun in the game was about how do I make it happen less and how do I have it affect my character less, right? Shorter stuns less frequently. There's stun stuff now, which encourages you to get stunned if you want to build that way. There's a passive that gives you adrenaline for like 2 seconds per 100
That's
milliseconds of
nice.
stun, I
It
think.
gives
Is that right? Yeah.
remove
So if
some
you can find a
debuffs.
way of having 350 milliseconds of stun inflicted on you every 7 seconds, then you've got adrenaline permanently. And sure, that may not even be a good build, but it's a build you could do. And so we're trying with these masteries to cause people to completely rethink how they interact with these mechanics.
What the fuck?
To
What did
answer
they
your
do?
question, though, about how what factors decide whether we rebalance a skill or other things, we haven't done a Passover mastery since they were first released, and so they weren't what we would call like modernized. And so before we go and just tweak numbers on a skill, we want to make sure that the supporting systems have been modernized. Like the breach thing, for example, which isn't a meta change, that had been a while before it had been modernized, and so it's sitting there just kind of out of whack with the rest of the game. It's not worth running until now. And so we wanted to make sure the masteries were really good scaffolding for builds before we went to tweak individual numbers.
Very cool. I wanted to deep dive a little bit into the design theory behind Saboteur. So I was pretty initially skeptical of the idea of like adding nodes that aren't about traps or mines, the core identity there. But those trigger bots look pretty awesome. Kind of changed my mind a little bit. They're quite unique. How do you go about making sure that the rest of an Ascendancy feels up to the task and has some choices for players to make? So, for example, you've got like Perfect Crime, the bots, and Like Clockwork, the cooldowns. Both are really great. And then you've got some other more contextual nodes in Explosives at Work, Expert, and Bomb Specialist. Those are like limited to crit or cold AoE builds, for example. But they're still potentially usable. But then everything else is traps and mines, that core identity. There's like such a big divide between the two playstyles there that there's not really any overlap in the nodes. So you potentially run into an issue where when you do something like this, you have no real choices to make because all of them are, you've only got the choices that make sense for the build and the others are completely irrelevant. So that feels like a potentially a little bit one-dimensional for Path of Exile. So kind of how do you get to this point?
There's been a lot of iteration of a Saboteur, including recently. Like, we had a version in the live stream that we're ready to prepare, we're confident in, and we're good to go. And there was enough internal kind of, it might be perceived as a nerf going on that we went and changed it further, made sure that it was, we were much more comfortable with it, added more. Did we add entire nodes to it? Or we literally added a node to it to make sure that there was more choice and that it worked better. Refilmed the sections of the live stream, got me back in the recording studio to do the voiceover of that, and updated the live stream at the last minute because we want to make sure that the different builds work. And the Saboteur is a little bit of a different experience than before because it now has these other options. But it also, and most importantly, is not the only way to play traps and mines. Our goal here is that if the word trap or mine comes up in your build guide, it doesn't 100% have an association with Saboteur. There are trap and mine builds with other ascendancies now. Like with Necromancer, how if you want to use minions, it's possible to come up with minion builds that are on a different ascendancy. And so the Saboteur is the obvious place to go for easy access to trap and mine power, as well as like trigger stuff, right? It's the first point of call, but it certainly isn't the final point of call for people who want to do some really wacky stuff.
Yeah, and that kind of like raises a good counterpoint, which is like, while there might not be a bunch of different choices for trigger builds in Saboteur besides the ones laid out, you have all of the other classes to decide. So picking Saboteur in the first place is that choice. So
Yes.
that, and fun new playstyles added.
The trigger bots are pretty OP.
They look awesome. So cool. Does the new passive reworks to the two classes affect Ascendant at all?
Did we change the Ascendant?
Yes, we did.
Yep. That's cool. I didn't know that. Good work. Yes, we have.
Good job, background devs.
I want to look at that now.
Do you folks plan on changing passives around the tree or just the masteries that are changing?
Yeah, there are passives that have changed around the tree, right? Yeah, there's new clusters, and I mean, the patch notes, which will be posted as soon as we stop talking, have all the details, but it was mentioned in the live stream too, just in passing. Like how I mentioned early game balance changes, and then everyone comes to me and says, why are you not talking about the early game balance changes at the live stream?
Yeah, there was life recovery clusters. There was a few new clusters scattered around to increase access to masteries.
Really?
And custom projectiles.
Yep.
So that was pretty spicy. Okay. Here's a question about the Sab. If Sabo trigger bots trigger your spells on them, how do those trigger bots cost mana to trigger? Like, do those spells cost mana?
Like regular triggering, right? Yeah, it's just like regular triggering. The difference is there are two trigger bots. They run at the enemies like you'd expect. It triggers from both of them, and instead of just purely doubling your damage and moving it onto the enemies, there is a minor damage penalty.
It's 10 fragments per upgrade, 10 and 25 silken gem dust.
Let's talk about a couple other random questions.
25 silken
you mentioned
gem
a fair
dust
amount of
with
early
10
game changes
fragments.
that change the racing meta, though this is the sort of thing that affects everyone. So
It gives you one, you need two for max level.
By the way, Bex, let's flip something involving support gems. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
so we actually have another
I don't know. You have 20? You have 18? You said?
It's one main skill and 3 supports.
The other thing you can do is destroy your unused stone,
I think.
and destroy them, and they will give you fragments.
It's interesting how this happens, really, but we understood about what to do about the XLCon races for so long.
You shattered the gem.
Because we didn't want to just say, look, it's the same Catavical as last time, go, because then we get exactly the same race with exactly the same racers, and it's just a repeat of the 2019 event. But at the same time, when we looked at other wacky races we could do, they didn't feel like Path of Exile. Like, Path of Exile racing is a celebration of How quickly can you play through
Is
the
it
game
Kitsy?
without
Who answered?
wacky mods
Yeah,
involved?
it's Kitsy.
And so people, when we asked them what they liked about watching the races at XLCon, was the fact that the races are doing everything that the normal players are doing just so well. Like they're just so optimized with their stuff. So we wanted to make sure they were playing true Path of Exile. The problem is true Path of Exile is more or less
Nice,
pretty
John.
similar to what it was in 2019. So we said, well, what if the racing strategy is different? What if we just went and improved the early game in a way that doesn't have significant impact on the actual meta of the late game, and just did a whole bunch of tidy up in ways that really affect races. And that way, the races can play 321, which is released in a week. We'll do all the qualifiers during 321, and that's also the version of Path of Exile that's live at XLCon, because 322 is coming out a couple of weeks after XLCon. So it perfectly fits a consistent set of balance that we can keep the same for fairness. And so many changes were made, and this involved some pretty radical stuff. Controversially, and this is explained better in the patch notes, we've removed the Onslaught support gem from early game situations. Honestly, the patch notes do a much better job than I do of explaining it, but in return, other gems have been introduced which achieve similar goals to it. And so I'd recommend reading the patch notes for the full detail, but there are several new gems which do affect in-game builds and that they're now options you have available. The favorite one that I was reading about recently was this cool like semi-active, semi-support gem, which is called Snipe, which our internal description that has probably been improved since this was written was channel to charge up your bow, gaining stages, release to trigger one linked bow skill for each stage gained. And a few other caveats.
Cool.
And so basically,
that's
you
cool.
channel and then release
Damn.
a bunch of bow skills
It's
at
the
the same
new
time.
skill.
So cool stuff like that has come out of this. And
new support
yeah,
skill.
it's balance changes. There's going to be some nerfs,
Or,
in them, there's going to be some
ball-
buffs, but they do
ball
not have a
builds
large
mostly.
impact on endgame Path of Exile. So when reading the patch notes, take it with a bit of a grain of salt at the fact this is aimed at the early game.
This is interesting because, like in the past, the idea was talked about of having like some
Put it in,
skills that were like the low level ones,
so
and
you
then
don't have to
potentially would
search
transition them
the
out
name
it.
of
But it's
the
not something
character.
that's
Put it
really
in the
true
guild
to Path of
crafting
Exile very
orders and
often.
just
Like,
tell me when
most
when
of the
it's
time,
done.
most
I'll
things that you
do
can use
go do it.
early game are
It's
end-game
unstable.
viable as well. So this is
What
kind
is
of
the name?
more a design of having
Unstable
some things that
something.
potentially
Fragment?
are very early game and not really necessarily intended for late game.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll explore like skills more in that realm in the future as well? And is that, I don't know, something that Path of Exile 2 will feature more?
Well, Path of Exile 2 gives us an opportunity to somewhat tidy up what skills there are, and we're moving things around between levels and basically having a chance to, because it's a game that obviously involves many changes, having a chance to actually review stuff. So that helps with us working out what are the early and high versions of things. Obviously, we can make those changes in current Path of Exile 1. It's just that it comes at a cost where we take something and break it for high levels or take it away from early levels and suddenly build, say, hey, I was using that. And, there's certainly a live cost to that.
Now, I see a few things come up in chat repeatedly, so I'll touch on those. Some other Ascendancy players. What was that?
I was asking, they want us to log in.
That's certainly that.
Okay.
There's a few other Ascendancy players who want reassurance that their Ascendancy will be addressed. I see Gladiator mentioned a lot.
Yeah, we could list the 17 Ascendancies.
My
we don't
keyboard
yet
is
know
fucking
which
up.
ones are coming. There's...
Nice.
Shall I tell a story? Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. Sorry,
Keyboard
everyone.
is dying!
Patch notes. We're getting story time instead. We wanted to nerf all the Ascendancies and Ruthless for power reasons. And so we looked into what that would involve. Pretty quick numeric nerfs. And while doing so, we came up with a whole bunch of new interesting stats. And we said, okay, well, we cannot release these stats in just Ruthless, right? Because that would be crazy. The community who already have low patience for any Ruthless stuff that we do would certainly find it unfair that we gave Ruthless a bunch of new interesting tools alongside a pile of nerfs. So
Maybe
we
it's not my keyboard.
said, why don't we
as
change
well.
all the Ascendancies in the core game to use these new stats as
It
well,
just
not
froze.
nerfing them, just making them like we've done with the Pathfinder and the Saboteur here. And so we started on that. And the plan was to do about half the Ascendancies in 321, and then also do all the Ruthless ones at the same time, figuring that's fair because there's enough stuff given to the base game. Unfortunately, we didn't get it to a state where it would actually be releasable. Many of those Ascendancies were going well, but they weren't quite finished. The internal feedback was to the point where it felt a little bit like a nerf in some cases, or it felt too much like a buff, or we weren't quite there, and we obviously can't release it unless we've had time. So then we had a situation where we're really happy with Pathfinder and Saboteur. They're going great. And all the Ruthless ones are sitting there with new stats on them. And so we intentionally undid all the Ruthless changes there to stop there being an outcry, and so that we get more time to sit on it and work out what we're doing in the base game. And so the intention is that we do have stockpiled a large number of ascendancy changes from when we get time to do it properly, which hopefully will include many in 322. And we just have to work out politically what we do with said ruthless changes, because I would love to release them. I mean, they're not quite ready. Like, I'm not saying we want permission to put them in 321, but we're at some stage likely to debut that set of stuff because we do feel the power level of ascendancies and ruthless is too high relative to items.
Nice.
And so,
look
long
like?
story short, in answer to the question of
pretty
when do the
nice.
other
This is
ascendancy
fun.
classes get some
Some
love,
mafia.
the love is half done. And so, yeah, it's coming.
The political intricacies at play here.
Yeah, it's just the problem is, like, while this expansion ended up with a lot of balance changes, and we're not worried about that, there was a time period when we hadn't piled in so many balance changes where it looked like half the work went towards ruthless, and that's not a good look because it's done for the purpose of the core game. It's just if you release it in ruthless first, you just upset everyone for no reason. And so there's a bit of politics with that, but at the same time, we definitely want to make sure that all the players feel equally valued.
Since you brought it up,
Yeah.
let's chat Ruthless a little bit briefly. Will it have its own unique cosmetic rewards now that it's getting challenges? And if so, how many?
It has the same cosmetic rewards as the base game. This is another case here of trying to go for fairness. You can either earn the cool armor set by playing regular Path of Exile or by playing Ruthless. I don't know which is easier. There are fewer challenges in Ruthless, but it's quite hard to do those in Ruthless. So yeah, it's difficult to say. I recommend working out what your capabilities are and doing it in that mode. And there is a different totem flag. So if you do complete the challenges in Ruthless and in the base game, you technically get 2 hideout totems to show that you did.
Another bunch of people have had a chance to play Ruthless and try it out. There's been some discussion of the difficulty and whether it's a fun type of difficulty or rather where it's just slower. How do you feel about the initial version of how it's played out and the types of challenge that it offers?
We really like it internally. It emphasizes how fun items can be to find when you're desperately craving upgrades. Like, I get that it's not for everyone, they don't have to play it, but it's an experience of overcoming scarcity and feeling every upgrade to your character that we think is a really valuable thing. And what's interesting is some people, when playing it, say, to be honest, regular Path of Exile, like baseline Path of Exile that a new player installs, could actually be Ruthless, and they might have a better time than the overcrowded, very complicated mainline version that we currently have. Now, we don't plan to make that change where we swap them around, just in terms of what the new player experience people get, but it is true that if you're sitting someone down for the first time, they get a bit more of a meaningful and less complicated experience playing in that mode. Having said that, it's still an experiment, it's still a passion project that we're tinkering away with, but it also educates us a lot on the appropriate balance for item mods and how, like the fact that Eternal Orbs could come back, for example, is a realization we made that was actually pretty cool, and looking at the consequences of the different types of crafting and how they interact has been very instrumental for us. And this is all important because we have to get this stuff right with the upcoming Path of Exile 2 balance, right? We have to make sure the Path of Exile 2 is balanced as a great game from the start.
It's almost like it's a useful dev tool more than anything in that regard.
Yeah, and there's a growing community of people enjoying it, which is why we've got the boss kill race happening in Ruthless. I know that'll be controversial to some players who don't particularly want to play it, but they weren't going to win that race anyway, right? Like, the people who are going to win that race know why we're putting it in Ruthless.
Oh no!
Right, so let me go and find out. I guess I could.
We also don't know if it even is winnable. Like, to emphasize here, Ruthless Solar Self found hardcore, both pinnacle bosses.
People are using it.
Right, that's hard.
Surely they would have got
Yeah, good question.
Before those exile
Probably,
tickets aren't valid
yeah,
anymore,
by
right?
now,
Like,
yeah.
the event.
I hope
take
so.
me that entire time to get there, that's for sure.
It's
For
probably
my own
popping
experience,
out
a lot of the early game
144,000
feelings I had
DPS. Like,
echoed what you
yeah,
were
What
talking
the
about.
fuck?
With, like, the changes were very effective in making you really feel gear upgrades and think about how you play your character, and those sorts of challenge changes were really effective. For me, though, where it fell apart was actually at that end game, where the scarcity, the economy, and the map drops were so slow that even when I felt ready, I couldn't really progress in endgame at what I felt like it was a reasonable pace. Even dedicating the entirety of my currency supply towards maps, I was still kind of blanking and dropping back down to low white tier maps. And I've seen plenty of people break through this wall, so it's certainly possible, but it is slow, and it bears mentioning, I think. How do you feel about the end game progression there?
So we've made some adjustments to this in 321, but we don't want to overshoot the mark. Like, we don't want to just dramatically swing something in a way that makes maps sustain too easy. It is intentional that maintaining the highest maps requires significant economic sacrifice in Ruthless, which, as you say, some people can break through. But it's essentially the case that you almost have to just pay, a very high price to be playing red maps repeatedly, and that's in the right direction for Ruthless. And we do want it to be a little more accessible than it currently is. So I'm hoping the changes on 321 do help a bit there, but we'll keep nudging it. We just don't want to accidentally get it to the point where everyone's got expectations.
Storm Fuse, Desirous, and Prophetic.
All right, so
yeah, Prophetic with doubling the
fine tuning things out.
the healing.
The Atlas tree is different in Ruthless. Chat wants to know if
Let's see what this guy's wearing.
We'll be getting
he needs a
there as
Prophetic.
well.
Desirous and Prophetic, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Storm, Desirous,
Very
and
nice.
Prophetic.
We
I'll
have
check
a
one more,
random
dude,
eclectic
just to be
miss,
sure.
a
Can you
mix
check,
of chat questions
Broad-
now. So I'm just gonna
Broad
go
Valley
straight
or
in,
something?
Mainly
not
checking. Oh, these
seeing what
guys
they
are
are yet,
Chinese.
so
What the
let's have
hell?
a go. Lucky Dip.
What?
Do we need to equip the weapon
have
to level it
Chinese?
in Crucible, or can we
So
use
this
any
guy's
weapon in our
using
inventory?
humming.
It has to be
Desirous and
equipped, but it
Prophetic.
can be on your weapon swap. The intention
That's
here is that you
interesting.
can't be playing,
Well,
say, a
Humming
bow
got
character
nerfed
and
to
have
the
some really
ground,
high-level
so-
wand that you're necessarily working on without
Hard to-
sacrifice. You are making things for you. And
Yeah, let me check
this
this
is
other guy
also
real
so
quick.
that you're guaranteed to be carrying the item around with you. You're not having to sacrifice inventory
that's
space for
not-
it. There's a bunch of things that
Desirous,
went into that decision,
freezing,
but
and
essentially, yeah,
prophetic.
stick the item on your weapon swap
Damn,
if it's
okay.
not the primary one
But
you're currently
the
using.
top two.
Does that work if the item's disabled? Because you can do some stuff where you like put an
were
instrumentus
both
on
the
and then
same.
equip the item and then take the instrumentus off and it goes red, but it's still
Warcraft
equipped.
left.
We'll find out.
Yeah, Prophetic,
Okay.
Desirous, and Storm.
Now chat's just
I'm gonna
doing
go
the
check.
classic Q&A thing where they're spamming melee question mark. Like there's a question
Okay,
there.
so let's see. Do I have
You do know
those?
that questions involve a few more words than that usually, but maybe that's
Well,
enough for you to work
wait.
off. Melee?
I had
So in the last
Desirous.
expansion, we intentionally introduced a large number of Val skills and some other melee
did I say,
changes.
Prophetic and
so
Storm?
the intention with the melee Val skills was to raise the power level of all of those skills because periodically you get to play them in God mode for a few seconds. And we haven't made as
Well, I
many
have
melee
Storm.
changes in this particular release here, and that's partly because there are, the other 90% of players also would like balance changes. So we definitely have it on the radar to keep an eye on, but there's nothing else in 321 apart from what you'll see in the patch notes rather soon.
Yep. So advanced skills and masteries and a couple fine tunes here. So have a read in a second when I stop talking. What happens if you animate a weapon with a crucible tree? Oh,
It works.
oh the
Do
new
you expect
level.
less from Path of Exile?
No, I expected it to work actually. Yeah, I'm impressed because I imagine there's some complicated things there, but
I shouldn't
yeah,
have done a dev check there. I should have
Can we
eye contact with the
upgrade these
camera.
rings,
It
too?
works.
Like, we can
And then
upgrade
quickly
these gems, surely, right?
they scurry
Huh?
to make it work.
Huh? I wasn't listening. I
even
was
things that,
killing
like,
error.
allocate passives.
Can
Does
we-
that work?
can we
Because I don't have a
upgrade the
passive tree,
gems?
right?
Yes,
Surely those don't work.
but that's the gems that you
Okay.
upgrade.
There's the ones that make sense for it to work will work, but I don't
I
think.
know we can upgrade the neck, right?
Or like
But
Master
I-
Fletcher, for example, right?
Or
What?
does
should
the
work.
item level?
Like at the end
Does
of the
item
day,
level of
right?
the gem increase the
Animated
item level of the neck?
guardians and animated weapons
Of
are
the
just
the ring,
of the
you mean?
ring.
like
Yeah.
entities
Yes.
that get
Yes.
stats,
The
right? Like if you give an
the item
animated
level of
weapon
ring
+1
doesn't
arrows or
change.
something,
It's because
gonna
of the
fire
gems
+1
that
arrows,
it's inside.
like a monster would, like the player would.
Yeah, but you're giving it a
So
passive that
the
then gives
upgrades
plus one arrows. That
aren't
implies they have a
for
passive
the
tree. Does
ring
that imply they have
itself.
a
It's for
soul?
the gems. So you
it's
need
technically
6
that we're not giving it the
upgrades.
passive. We're
for
giving it the
3
stat and we're
gems.
calling it the passive.
So you need
but we're getting into,
60
like, internals
60
here.
fragments
we are.
and
Anyway, we're
150
fine.
silken
Look.
gem dust
Do animate guardians
for
have
your
souls?
3 upgrades, making your ring
That
424.
raises ethical questions. Some
That really
players.
does. Oh god, okay.
Can I buy the dust off
Does
the
things
auction
like
house?
pack size
Yes,
affect
the dust you
Crucible?
can
I
buy
assume
at
that
an auction
nullifies
house,
them in
and the
general, right?
others, well, you can
So here's an
destroy
interesting
your.
one. The items
the
that are
ones that you
shown in
don't
the live
use.
stream do include
The
pack
ones I
size
don't
on those
use.
red on the
Yeah.
rare maps there.
You should destroy
and
them
that
because.
doesn't affect.
Yeah,
They're-
I'm not gonna hold on. to it.
So
Yeah,
What was the
exactly.
dust you said?
Silken gem dust. Silken space
Wait, is
gem
that a
dust.
vendor thing?
right, okay. Yep. So the bit I was getting at was more of a side
I
point,
hope
which is
not,
that
because
pack
I've
size
been
doesn't
crushing
exist on
gems
the
for
endgame
it.
maps
So-
that the Crucible specific
It's
ones.
not-
The pictures on the live stream do show it. That's
Yeah,
just
no,
because we
actually-
removed it at that stage, and this
Yes.
is because it had no way of
No,
really
silken.
juicing up
Well,
the
Adam,
size of the encounters you're
how
finding there, so
many
we went with
upgrades do you
quantum
need to
rarity
do?
instead.
You need to do
With
6 of
regards
them,
to-
right? You haven't done any of them, right?
Yeah, I haven't done any of them yet.
So you
If
need
want,
to
I
do
can
6.
them for you. You
I
don't
can
have
do
to get
them.
the gem dust. No,
But the gems-
I'll do it without without the gem dust. is what I was
Oh,
saying.
you have 150
I
gem
have
dust?
like
Is it-
1,000 gem dust.
Oh,
just sitting on my
perfect. It's
pallet.
because like I don't have any left.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I guess I need to do more content because I don't have the prophetic yet.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I need to farm that thing on
But
multiple
you don't have
tools.
one of your gems?
Yeah, I don't have one of my gems. I just have two of them. I have my storm and I have my desirous.
If you send 4 here, I'll
Well,
type in guild. Send
you
4.
can put any gem for
to
now.
POE.
Like fire. Put a fire.
Yeah.
Or put it in the guild. Put it in the
Have
guild.
you
So
opened all of your vaults?
not yet.
No, I haven't opened any vault today.
If
Then-
you open all of your vaults for the week, then you will have enough materials to get that gem.
Also, possibly you get the gem.
You
So
might also just get
you
the
might
gem outright.
just
Yes.
get the gem. So.
I only have 6 keys right now.
But yeah, send me 4 requests.
And what am I sending you a request for?
Unstable Elementium.
That's the name, Elementium.
And that upgrades gem.
Yes. You need 2 of them for upgrading to max level. So you need 20 and 50.
Or Dovin. Let's see, where's the thing here? How much gold do you want, John?
You don't have to pay me for this.
Hey, always.
Wait, my order? No, place order.
Yeah.
Well,
Is it
this
item
live stream is
enhancements?
done. Live stream done.
Dragon Isle Designs miscellaneous.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, I see miscellaneous, but search unstable elementium.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Guild.
It's easier, so you don't have to write the name every time.
Yeah, my name also has a special character in it. So
Yeah. So
Well, it doesn't give me a name. It just says guild.
no, it's okay. It's fine.
yeah, that guild is fine.
Yeah, guild is fine.
Oh,
Everybody
I
sees
only
it.
have enough for one though.
Okay, well I'll just do that one
Do
for
one. Do one for now.
you. And if you want to spend like, how much time do you have, James?
Oh no, dude, I got like all day. Can I all these other ones that I'm not using, you said I could just destroy these
You can
things?
just crush them and hammer it.
Again, you need to do the
on the island.
Yes, and you need to do
Let me go do that first.
The quest.
There's a crafting order guy on the island as well, by the way, James. You don't have to come back to
Yeah,
Draken.
it's been done for that reason. They did it
what's
for
called?
that.
If
What?
how many gems do you have just on you?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
little
12, 13. I have 13.
Okay, that's what is that? 78 fragments right there.
But I'm keeping 2 of them.
Okay, so that's 11. That's 66 fragments. If you crush 11 gems, it's
Hey,
66 fragments.
you have enough.
So you'll have enough for all of the upgrades that you're trying to do, and you'll also have a little bit left over to try and buy one of the a couple of the make a random gem bundles to try and get your last one.
You can always gamble. Also for 2,000 elementium, and try to gamble and get a stone, but then again, it's gamble. So it's...
I was using the oh wait, do I need to go do that Forbidden Horde? What's that?
You should, yeah, you should if you want it.
Yeah, if it's close, you should do it.
Is it inside the cave or?
It might be inside a cave. It might be inside one of the creches.
It's
Yeah,
on
it's
my
inside
back.
the cave.
I can't see it from here. So
Yeah.
No,
Hey, I got
I'm-
another vault key. Yay.
Yay.
Okay.
I mean, as well, Azure Vault. So the reveal for Path of Exile was kind of cool. Looks
Yeah, it sounded like it.
so it sounds like a good expansion. I want to play it right now. I'm gonna do a Cyclone for sure, Cyclone build because I'm going melee. I'm going melee because doing it difficult.
Look out. Nope. What's this? Oh, break primordial stone. There we go.
And just make sure you do not click on the ones you want to keep.
Yeah.
No, I already separated those.
Okay. But yeah, I've only done 1 week of vaults so far, but
hey, Diamond.
On my priest, I was able to get 6 gems and fully upgrade 4 out of those 6 gems, just off of 1 week.
1 week's time.
Yeah. I did
So
all
you-
of them in
you'll
1 week.
get a-
So.
You'll get a ton of fragments just off of 1 week.
To be honest, the most difficult thing to get is the recipe, but
Yeah,
it's because of the fork.
I have 84.
It's because of the
fragments now.
fork. Getting the fork.
Yeah, I just paid 3K, bought a fork, went over there.
I found it on the first day.
So where's the commission table?
It's 3K now. The fork.
She's towards the water. Yeah.
It was
The forks are like
100K on the first 2 days. It was
Alright.
100K.
There's an item upgrade, dude.
Yeah, the forks are. No, not the item upgrade. So like that hill, like turn left from the item upgrade person, and then go off the side of the hill, and there should be like 3 people standing near the water. Are they?
Yeah, I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see the goblin.
Yeah. But yeah, the forks are only like 3K. So I bought 3 of them expecting it to be a drop that had a lower percent chance of dropping
No,
in
it's
it.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100%.
And I just sold the other 2 forks again because it was like I wasted my money.
It's 100%.
Which is good.
Yeah. I'm finished with my Death Knight. All the quests. All the quests. Next up, Demon Hunter.
Okay. Start order.
Welcome,
Really?
welcome. Keep the balance preserved. We'll remember you. Careful out there.
Yeah, because I had like 1,000 silicon gem dust. So
You can sell that.
All
Right now it's 40.
All 6 are placed.
It's 40 gold each right now because everybody's
Oh,
doing
really?
those. Yeah, everybody's doing those upgrades. So it's 40 gold each for rank 2 and like 60 gold for rank 3 or something.
I also have a boatload of gems, so I could just crush some more gems to make gem
Yeah,
dust.
more.
Then sell that.
Where's the randomizer, dude? And how much are those?
Right, it's the Drac
The
Fear
dragon-
lady up near where Hammer It was.
The randomizer? What?
Hammer it. Lol.
Yeah.
Hammer it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it's a good name, isn't it?
Oh man, that's good. Yeah.
There you go. What is that? Was that 6?
I want to create a primordial stone.
Yeah, and you were, which one were you looking for? Which stone?
The prophetic.
Prophetic Twilight or whatever?
You
Yeah.
can make sounds?
Shadow Magic. Yeah. You want to buy a Shadow Magic stone.
Wait a
Shadow,
second. I
shadow,
want to
shadow.
with fragments?
Wait, condensed
Yeah.
shadow?
Yeah. Well, wait, James, don't buy anything yet. Hang on, let me get over there. I'll go check.
Wait. Are you sure it's shadow?
Yeah, the prophetic
Twilight. Yeah, Twilight.
is shadow is a shadow stone, I believe, but I can't remember what the shadow stone is called. Should be condensed shadow.
Condensed shadow magic, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I know because that stone is basically best in slot for everybody who uses
Everybody.
the ring.
Every single one. And
So
I
I have
fucking
one in
destroyed mine. So telling me that you can make them, I'm gonna go
And
make
look at
some.
Researcher Emerith
Okay.
will let you buy for 10 fragments. We'll let you buy a condensed magic container, which you can use to make a gemstone.
Yeah, I have a.
It's gambling, but like it's
Yeah.
the kind of gambling that makes sense in this context, right?
Please tell me Blizzard put a mailbox on this fucking island.
They did,
Yes,
it's right next to the
yes,
inn.
next to the inn. Well, I'm gonna go do that.
Okay, I guess I go.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
I gave you 250 per.
I saw that.
Just-
You don't have to pay me, but if you're going to, I'm not going to complain.
Yeah.
So once the gem is 424, that's it.
Yeah, you just put it in the ring, and when the ring has 3 gems, 424 gems in it, its item level will increase to 424.
I think it's 480.
Can we do anything else to the ring? Can we like put a haste enchant on it?
Yes, you can put enchants on it. Yes.
Okay.
You can't put another socket on it though. So.
Yeah. Even with the item for the tokens, kind of normal.
That was people in the guild did test that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First thing.
Okay. How many fragments do I have right now? Oh yeah, I have enough to upgrade 2 of my healing gems.
Well, I appreciate it, John. Thank you.
So, who has the things that you buy?
We have slept long enough.
The researcher lady up by Hammer It. It's a Draclear lady.
Researcher.
The same, yeah, the same one that you turn the quest into to originally get the ring. Her name is Researcher Imareth.
There is much to discover.
Okay, right.
Looking for
Okay, I see her.
Will that
I
be
see her. Oh yeah.
And if you're trying to get the same gem that James just did, you just buy condensed shadow magic
Thank you for browsing.
and hope for the best.
First try.
Yep.
Then I put my crafting orders. Can you do it for me?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
Hang on one second, I gotta log it back into Paladin. Yeah.
I'm a cheap bastard, so it's gonna be 1 gold. $1, Bob. $1.
Come back anytime.
Thank you, by the way. Hey, by the way, my Drugrater is also my pally.
Yeah.
My pally elf. Should use freezing for trading.
Okay. Crafting orders. Is it? Yeah, yeah, they are guild crafting orders.
Guild, yeah.
Great.
Desires for sure. Maybe get Storm.
There you go.
Thank you.
Now let's see here. While I'm on my Paladin, There's something else there was something else I needed to check. What was it? Oh, right. I remember now. Crush these gems.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 gems max level just in case if the something switches between this is getting more powerful or this is getting more powerful. What? Did I apply it?
I'm not really worried about having to swap the gems, because odds are good that if one of them did turn out to be like better than the others, it wouldn't be like in the middle of the week, it'd be closer to the end of it, right? In which case you could just use the next week to get the gems you need. Because the vault will always have more new gems for you.
True. And you can make them also, so.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't. I need to put an enchantment on my ring. I haven't done that. Yeah. On that note, I'm gonna go and continue offline. Thank you so much for the people who came by. It was an awesome morning. We're gonna come back for rating tonight. So on that note, thank you so much. My name was and still is Meltiak. I love you all. Thank you, lurkers, viewers, passers-by, strangers, anybody who came by to the channel. Of course, we'll see you tonight. If you haven't followed already, don't forget to do a follow. It's completely free. And also, it will let you know when I'm live. So have a good one, Twitch, and see you guys later for rating. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.